is the easiest way to explain Dwarf Fort. Or copy pasted from DF 2014, so it's all out of date. Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna need a bit of work then. It's just ugly. You get it? I don't think it's ugly. I think it's pretty. But currently, the fort that I'm going to be playing today is laggy flat Minecraft. Because there's a lot of water flooding into the basement. So let's dive in, shall we? Let's dive in. Just let me find the correct fortress. Because turns out I've got a bunch of different forts running. Time to dive into Rain Dance. Okay, cling to your dwarves and get carried up. I mean, there's many different like player explanations for why it happens, but so this is why it's a little laggy currently. We made an oopsie. It's okay. It is sealed off, so it's not flooding my fort or anything. And if I go, also don't mind this. There's a couple dead things right here. Once the water freezes again, I'm working on plans to seal this off so that we can get these bodies out of here. Ain't laggy until you, well, I mean, it kind of is because I'm flooding this cavern layer, which turns out ain't great for game's physics. This game looks like epic Minesweeper. You should have seen it before. You should see older versions of this game. Although, yeah, I guess the water does kind of look like epic Minesweeper when you have the numbers on. And anyways, but the fort itself is still pretty good. You know, we've got this whole thing, as well as this lovely spot with the Dragon. It's Dragon. We've been calling them Bernie, affectionately, who's very hopeless after being confined. The mistake that we made with Bernie is we decided to war train Bernie, which is really great, except the fact that whenever we get attacked on the surface, Bernie goes fully stupid and just starts shooting fireballs out of these at anything that moves that isn't part of my faction. So while we very much appreciate Bernie's enthusiasm, it's a bit too enthusiastic, so we had to put a safety wall so that it doesn't burn my library every single time. It's like having a bull in a china shop every single time it's time to fight something. So we do have plenty of dead things, so I'm going to queue up a memorial. So let's just see. Did I get that there's that ghost, so we'll get that done. And let's see if I have memorials that I can place. And then we'll roll through the dwarves that are currently living, and then I'll turn on redemption so somebody can redeem a dwarf. So keep an eye out. Let's see. Is there anything down here that we can memorialize? None there. None there. And none there. Sweet. Okay. Don't mind the zombie that lives in the hallway. He's friendly, but he is naked. He has no thoughts. Head empty, only alcohol. He just kind of sits there. He lives there. It's fine. We do also have an intelligent zombie, although I don't think they've joined the fort properly yet. So all they can do is haul stuff. Yeah, there he is. This guy. This lady, Eurist, the cursed zombie. She's friendly. It's fine. She just kind of wanders around and builds things. We also have a bunch of peasants, so we're going to try and see if we can make a new military squad out of them. Some of them are pissed. Most of them are fine. A lot of children are pissed. Most of the pissed off dwarves in this fort are the kids, mostly due to losing family members to various mistakes, including Dragon going, which, like I said, suboptimal. We do have a request currently to make a guild hall for the miners, which is pretty good. So we're going to have to do that. And you know, we're still like chucking out bodies and such and dealing with corpses and bones. There are scrolls everywhere, mostly from when the dragon got out and torched a bunch of people. So they keep leaving their scrolls on the ground, which is real nice. I mean, free books. I mean, it's great to have free books. You know, we have our temple layers down here, and then around here we have various other guild halls and our hospital in the middle. Apparently somebody's resting in the hospital who's currently heavily injured. Don't mind the ghost in the hospital. They died here. It's fine. Yeah. Hey, Caffey. What's up? That's kind of the super duper duper quick version. How did I get the dragon? In a wooden cage trap. Just catch it in a trap. They are cage trappable. So I'm hoping that we'll get a mate for our little boy dragon. Because we have Bernie and I would like to have Burnett or whatever. But It would be nice to have a second dragon. But currently what we were waiting for is I'm waiting for winter. I'm not joking. Time and Ninja. Thank you very, very much for that tier 1. We're waiting for winter so this water freezes. So that's the current job. But like I said a second ago, I'm going to run through the dwarves that are alive that are named. So we have Tolas in the fort. We have Urist McCamey. We have Raw Meat, who killed a grand monster. As I scroll down a little bit, other named dwarves are Templar. We have Nosti, who is a rather upset stonecrafter. Scrolling down a little bit more, looking for other named dwarves. We have middle management robot, who is the Baroness of Angel Witches, or Anguish Witches, which is a local area that is attached to us. So I'm going to need to make middle management robot into a Baron, who is very happy with her career, frankly. Bit of an upgrade. We do have Lightning Runner. Who else is in the fort who's named Cold-Blooded and Old Zwery, as well as Dr. Soaps, the actual doctor, the surgeon, as well as Frozen Leaf is in the fort. Claiborne is in the fort. Who else is in the fort? Thanks for the $1, Brutalist Toast. Zordon, Wicta, and I'm sure there's at least one other. Shockham, they're very upset, and they live in the walls because they are a were creature. And I think that's pretty much everybody. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody. So, Brutalist Toast, thank you very much for the $1. What was this that you had to say? Yesterday, you found out that any crime in your fortress you can interview and accuse of any being. Yes, including cats. So for every crime, you summon and interview a dog and then condemn a goose. This will upset every single you're not a noble, no, but you are still alive. This will upset every single living dwarf in your fort who values the law. So keep that in mind, but very, very much a fine thing to do. It was the cat. Yes, definitely blame the cats. So while it is hilarious, just note that it will upset dwarves that value the law. Speaking of dwarves that value the law, chat, if you are a dwarf that values the law, then redeem one. Wow, that was fast. Robotic Ronald, what kind of dwarf do you want? Just at me. Tell me what kind of dwarf you want. And also, very important question of beard or no beard. You guys impress me. Like, literally the second I clicked the button. Someone's got some lightning fast reflexes, eh? Dwarves that value the law is most dwarves. It's a cultural standard. Yes, it's pretty rare for dwarves to not value the law. Some sort of entertainer, if you can.
Yesterday I found it that for any crime in my fortress I can interview or accuse any being. So for every crime I summon to interview a dog and then condemn a goose. At some point I expect to have a mafia of goose that are at odds with the good boy dogs.
Yep, pretty much. Let's see. Do I actually have a bard? I have a human poet in the fort who's pissed as fuck. You okay with being a human poet, Robotic Ronald? Otherwise, that is the only current entertainer. Otherwise, I could give you like one of these peasants and then assign them as a entertainer in the tavern. Human poets, okay? Cool. You can be the pissed off human at the bottom. We can try and make your life a little bit happier. You have poor memory. Well, that's unfortunate. Are there any mods to make a sort of sandbox mode so you can test around with builds and contraptions? I have not been messing around with the Steam Workshop in the slightest, so I don't know about mods like that. But if you just want if you just want to play Dwarf Fortress creatively, just go into the difficulty settings in your game settings. Just go to settings, go to difficulty, and just turn off enemies. And that's more or less a sandbox. All right. 77 going to be gone soon. Might die of old age, yeah. All right, so robotic All right, so this lady is 77 years old, healthy, is a competent crossbowman, and felt wonder after incompetently performing the rites of the Order of Amethysts in an undedicated or incompletely, not incompetently, in an undedicated temple. As far as skills go, I'm sure that you have plenty of skills. You know economic geography from you know economic cartography, and your specialization is geography. You do know plenty of poems, as well as many poetic forms, including one literally called Muds. And this poem is authored by Churis Lolokanad. It is an example of the ultimate comet. That's a cool name. The work has no particular subject, yet the writing is reasonably serious and is yet somewhat showy. Overall, the poetry is not awful, but not very good either. I also like Muds. Yeah, knows economic cartography, whatever that means. The cartography of economics. It's a very wide form of study. Personality-wise, she is extremely confident in situations requiring her skills, and she is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment, and she has dour as a rule. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She likes to take it easy, and she is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture. And she tends to help others with difficult decisions, and she likes to take it easy. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Yeah, that's the line that I missed. And she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is trusting. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fort, Ronald. Welcome to the fort. Values-wise, she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes tin, yellow glossier, clear glass, and the color gold. Seems like a pretty dwarfy human, actually. It's very much not worth microing every job out there for Dwarf Fort. End up doing the job, so it's probably good to limit things like weaponsmithing to only skilled dwarves. If you want specific dwarves doing specific things and specific talents for specific jobs, you could absolutely do that, yeah. All right, so I need to finish a bunch of stuff for our Baron. And our Baroness wants us to make bags, so I'm going to make 3 cloth bags. And, oh, we already have those queued up. And if I jump up here, we're building the Baron's stuff over here. So we're going to work on this. And I'm also going to get a little room starting to be dug out for our miners guild. What? Actually, we could just use this one. This was supposed to be a rangers guild that I failed to complete. So we'll use this one. Do agents already come to me before having a dungeon master? If you don't have cops, you'll still have crimes. So short answer is yes. All the dwarves are going to go do smoothing. All right, let's do that, and that. And this is going to be set up as a miners guild, which we have 10. Let's see what the value of it is currently. Oh, wow. It's already the proper value. That's cool. We're going to set this one to citizens. I'm going to let kids learn to mine. Does lava dry out rivers when they interact? They make obsidian and steam, and wood block the river. Like, it's a very effective way of damming a river. But if you remove the obsidian, the water will begin flowing again. Do I have a Grand Stoneworkers Guild Hall yet? No, actually. Well, I don't think. No, I don't actually have that many stoneworkers. We have, what, like 1, 2, 3, 4 engravers? Right. We got a pit, a set of a thing that formed close by that looks to our thriving economy for its future prosperity, which is definitely a mistake on their behalf. But where is it? Because we're right here. It's one of these. This is funny. Okay, so we're apparently at war with angel witches, but it's populated. So it's listed as red, meaning it's hostile. but it's populated by my own faction, and it's economically linked to me. I wonder if that's like a bug in it not changing color. Huh. It's magenta-ish? Oh, is it supposed to be pink? Okay, it is pink. Yeah, you are correct. It is not red. I use very, very, very low, like the way I can survive using light mode for everything, is my monitors are at the minimum possible brightness setting and the contrast is at minimum, so I could barely tell the difference between those two. Wow. Like, I'm not colorblind or anything, but those are almost the same color. But yeah, so they are a different color. Huh. Interesting. Well. You figured out how to floodgate and block waterfall? Fuck yeah, dude. Miners Guild is satisfied. We are out of cloth to grow stuff, which is something that we're out of plants to grow stuff, which is something that I'm working on. We are making these big gardens just down here. So we are going to start planting. Well, I was going to say plump helmets, but apparently we're out of plump helmets. Probably cooked them all if I had to guess. Well, that's fine. We can just harvest some, maybe. Let's actually go down to that middle cavern layer where I've been settling. I can't remember if there's anything growing down there, but I want to check because I think there is. Okay, no, there's not. It's just stone and mud. Well, where we can go, though, is this middle one. Can you be a dwarf? You gotta wait for the redemption, and it costs 5,000 channel points. If I just had a command to give everybody a dwarf, I'd be sitting here naming every single dwarf, and there wouldn't be any dwarves available. Gotta kind of make it into a lottery when we have this many people watching, right? So they got dimple clumps. Okay, cool. They do have plump helmets. Awesome. And we can also go up to the surface and harvest a bunch of this stuff. I'm probably also cooking plump helmets. So let's double check that. Just because I never bothered turning it off. Yes, I very much am still cooking plump helmets. Let's stop doing that. Is there adventure mode in Steam version? Nope. It is not in the Steam version. It's not in version 50 whatsoever. It's completely disabled currently until it gets the UI overhaul. And we are going to queue up Rock Pot. Do I not have a manager? Oh, no, I do have a manager currently. Let's do 500 more rock pots, because I'm going to need a bunch more, and this stockpile is very empty. It does have a ton of mussel roasts, though, which is good to see. What are pots for? It's for storing my alcohol. So we kind of fucked up. Also, speaking of kind of fucked up, we're out of alcohol again. So they're all going to go drink water. All the way down here, there's one layer where this alternates the wrong way. Right. I think it's... So I'm going to need to go all the way down and redo a bunch of these. Trying to find the layer where it doubles up the direction. But I'm going to need to find that layer so that we can fix that. But mostly I'm just waiting on this water. Is there a way to make better soil for farming because you always get the alert of poor soil? Best soil is cave soil. This is true. I've been told that flooding, not mass flooding, but controlled flooding, is just as effective as cave soil, which is why we're using this down here, because this is cave soil. But this wasn't made due to flooding. This is, I guess, technically just peat. We're going to be using this over once I get this drained, because supposedly this is going to be more effective. Hold on a second. Eggbeard, what was your question? Seems like a bug. Your fort probably died now. So I've had this problem where like the labor just stops functioning. And I'm not sure exactly what's causing it, but what I do know is there seems to be a bug where labor will just stop functioning, which isn't inherently, which is not a good thing. You do not want labor to cease functioning, and the only way to fix it that I found is by deleting and rebuilding all of your public meeting zones. So if they've just decided to not dig and they're also like doing no jobs, try and see if they're doing other labors. If all labors have ceased, delete all of your meeting zones and rebuild them. And I've had to do it in this fort twice. It happens after like mass events of violence. Unless you have a borough up. It seems to be everything, not just hospitals. The hospitals are a specific offender though. Dwarves are doing a general strike. Yeah, it's, that could be a story reason for it. It's only digging that's not happening. Yeah, it's so low, right, Maximus? This is the worst frame rate I've had in this version. And it's because of all this water physics. But maybe you have a burrow turned on? That's another option. If they're doing other things. Exactly, all of yours got scorched by a dragon, so obviously they don't want to work anymore. I mean, I wouldn't want to work after getting scorched by a dragon. If they're unpaused, if they're not, so if this, do I even have a burrow right now? Let's just make a burrow. This burrow is currently not running. It is now currently running. So running, not running, running, not running. This is low FPS. This is the lowest FPS I've had in this version of the game. Yeah. Normally my frame rate sits closer to 70, 80. I'm literally sitting here and waiting for early winter to start so that this water freezes. The other half down here has frozen. Right here. So I'm just waiting for this canyon to freeze, which it will. And then once it freezes, I'm gonna dig in here and we're gonna wall this off. So here's another thing about burrows is there is a button that seems to completely negate their usability as an alert zone. If this has a little arrow set, it's only a suggestion and they will ignore it. If you click this, they will not ignore it and they will only go in there. So just make sure you have this button checked if you want to actually use it as like an alert zone. Because if the little arrow is there, they will not use it as a mandatory alert zone. If you remove this and then, you know, unpause it, they won't leave the zone to go get items and such. If you turn off ray tracing, does that increase FPS? No, but if you turn off weather and temperature, it does, which I'm currently running. I mean, yeah, temperature, weather, both of these drastically increase your FPS. Like if I disable temperature and weather, let's see what it increases the frame rate to. We were sitting at 30 previously. This game has ray tracing? No, it doesn't. Okay, that gives us another 12. 10 to 12. We're up to 40 from 30. It's not great, but there's also not much going on with temperature in this fort, so. Or do I prefer the original? This version has a lot more things in it that I like. I mean, think about it this way. There is no original and there is no, like, this isn't a new version of the game. This is just a patch, right? It's just an update. So think about it this way. I liked the game before. I still like it now. It's not a, do I prefer it because one is an improvement, one is worse? It's like, well, I mean, there's things that I miss about the old version. There was a few buttons that I would like back, but Tarn is aware of these and is working to fix them. And so as far as I'm concerned, it's just it's like asking somebody who plays a lot of an MMO if they like the new patch for the MMO. It's like, well, yeah, there's elements that are going to be better about the new version of a game. The water finally froze. There's going to always be elements about a game getting an update where it's like, well, man, there's a few things I miss, sure, but is it worse objectively in any way? No. Is the old version superior in any way? I mean, it's inferior in a lot of ways. Yeah, it just froze. So we can now, we're just going to wait for this to drain slightly back here. So I'm going to wait for these to hit like ones, and then we're going to dig in. I'm just waiting for the depth to drain a little bit. Noob question, how do you tame wild animals like camels? You have to put them, you have to put them in a cage or chain them up. cage trap them, then assign a trainer to them in the animals screen. So go to the others screen, and then you assign a trainer to them. Like here, I'm going to assign a trainer to this rock that we have, which is a bird of prey. I'm just going to set any trainer, so anybody can go train this bird of prey. And then once it's trained, we could theoretically release it or put it on a cage somewhere. If we got a breeding pair of them and they made babies, and both of the parents are trained, then the babies will be well trained. And then if those babies make babies, then they will be tame. I think it's 2 generations it requires for most animals. But domesticating animals does take a bit of time. It takes multiple generations. Helmet snake, the heck is that? It's basically a cave system rattlesnake or a black mamba. It's a poisonous snake from the caverns. We're going to dig through this now. We're going to go wall this up. Animal dissector found dead, dehydrated. Most of the random people that are being found dead, it's due to, like, just hospitals failing, but it's fine. All right, so let's get that slab constructed. Oopsies. Why do I keep doing that? I really wish that there was, like, different options for, that are, like, a reminder for this. So, like, certain things that would force you to select material, because for slabs, it kind of needs to. All right, so let's build that for you and see if there's any other ghosts floating around. It's just, I think it's just the one, yeah, currently. I think it's just the one. And purple, or purper. Perp Urine Joe. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I was trying to figure out how to say that. Took me a moment. My brain, like, ceased to function for a moment there. And Dracoval. Thank you as well for the Prime sub. Cheers. Let's see, have we dug through this yet? Nope. Why are... Okay. It's an odd direction to take. Unless there was dwarves stuck in here somehow, which that's strange. Oh, I know how they got in. They went in through the top. It's a weird direction to take. Maybe they were already outside. There we go. Ghost has been put to rest. So yeah, now we just need to wait for this to drain out. I think I'm actually going to just cut out a bunch of this. No one let the rhino out of the cage and now it died. So you have to assign them to a zone. I don't know if you did that, but in order for them to get them out of the cage, you need to assign them to the zone or construct the cage and then deconstruct the cage. You hate how your river freezes only halfway. Someone was on a halvesy zone. I would say a year. That would be my guess in regards to adventure mode. But like they have to get this version of the game to a place where Tarn's happy with it, meaning patching out all of the egregious bugs, such as all the crashing issues. And then they also have to add in all the features that people want. Have we mined adamantine yet? Not in this fort. In other forts, yeah. So maybe 2 years? I'd be a bit more optimistic than that, but I'd say a year's a reasonable expectation. Because they're not just porting this new stuff over from adventure mode. They are also, like, adding in the Villains Part 2 stuff. Also, I keep seeing people posting that Tarn has put out a call for more programmers. This is completely false, by the way. I keep seeing this on the subreddit. I've seen it in a couple places. I've also seen it in a few Twitch chats. Someone is saying that Tarn is, like, hiring. He's not. There is one person that is going to be brought on a contract basis, potentially. This isn't even confirmed yet, but potentially to work on the Mac and Linux ports. Any other statement of Tarn recruiting programmers because he can afford it now is false. It's not true. So it's like that show where he's like, I lied to you. It's not true. We made that up. So yeah, no, it is not in fact the case. Who's Tarm? Programmer on this video game. Toady one. All right, so creator of this video game even works on it with his brother Zach. All right, we can actually build farm plots now that will be good. So I can nuke this one after we get one harvest out of it. We'll get the one harvest and then I will nuke it. Also, we are just straight up out of food again. Like, I keep running out of food because I've been very much neglecting my farming. Very much neglecting my farming. So let's slaughter some more piggies. Pets and livestock. That or we could just slaughter. Actually, let's slaughter some bears because I got a bunch of bears. All the way up to the bottom there. So slaughter, 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 slaughter. And also slaughter a grizzly. More bacon. Bacon strips and bacon strips. We're going to slaughter some more grizzlies. Slaughter some more black bears. And Timepiece and Dr. Totio? Thank you for the Prime and the Tier 1s, respectively. And for the little hype train chat. Why 23 pissed dwarves? The dragon keeps getting going full stupid and burning half the fort, so that's got something to do with it. Can't keep everybody happy. But we're working on it. Also, the fact that I keep running out of booze. I mean, you know, I'm good at this game, but I'm not perfect. Also, I've been kind of neglecting the dwarves in this one. Also, the barely any food production's also not helping. But yeah, children are also really hard to keep happy. We're working on it. Made all your animals adoptable. That was a big mistake. Time to cut off all their nuts. Or all the male breeders' nuts. So that they stop it. How many meals do I have? Oh, I got plenty of meals. We got, like, plenty. This is usually your meal count, approximately. My drink is really low, yes, and I'm working on improving it. Because I'm working on getting a better farming setup going. We also have a bunch of plants that are set to be farmed down in the basement. And we've also just built this bigger farm plot down here. Don't apologize for potential repeated questions. Otherwise, every single person would need to. Zircrum. If there's a repeated question, but are you the only DF experienced player that doesn't leave a 3x3 road for the caravans? Well, see, here's the thing. I just got the Monarch, so now I need to do that. But before you have Monarchs, you don't get trade caravans. You only get wagons. You don't get wagons. You just get little push carts, which don't need a 3x3, right? They can just go down your stairs. So for like the first 4 or 5 years of a fort, you don't need to have an outdoor one. Now we have to have an outdoor one, so I'm going to start building on the surface. But first, I want to get this farming. It's like, Dwarf Fortress is like, here's a billion things that you need to worry about now. And it's like, cool. The next caravan that comes next fall, we're in late autumn right now, is going to need a 3x3 to get in. But otherwise, up until this point, the last 7 years in this fort, we haven't needed that. So it's not that, am I the only experienced player that doesn't do that? Well, maybe I'm the only experienced player that has realized that you don't need that until you have a Monarch in your fort. Baron in this case, yeah. King or queen or baron. They will not bring wagons until then. They only bring the little push carts up until that point. Thanks for the $1. Lexington. You're still only at a Mary? Yeah, then you don't need a 3x3 way in. Elen can in back at you. Or stat. God, we're a bunch of fucking nerds. So yeah, no, now I do need that, but up until this point I haven't needed it. Alright. How's the frame rate doing? Look at this. This frame rate's gonna go up. But also we have plenty of trout and mussel roasts, which is grand. But the drink is very low, which is disturbing. Let's do you. We will increase the amount of plump helmets that we have. It's going to take a few seasons. Pots are better than barrels? It's preference. There is no better or worse in that. How do you castrate dogs? Click on the little knife next to their icon that says Geld, and you need a farmer's workshop available. Yeah, just a usual day, Tygo. Usual day. Normal dwarf fort, you know. Let's also go gather a bunch more plants from down here. Moose... Mooksy? I don't know how to say that. Moose, I'm assuming. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. The $10. What's the point in gelding? You just answered your own question, BT Kato. You literally just you asked and answered your own question. What's the point in gelding? Making it easier to control the populations of your livestock.
Hype drain push.
I heard the term catsplosion. I mean, I didn't say it.
Thanks for the useful info.
No problem. Thanks for the dollars. Is there a downside of letting the population explode? Number go up, frame rate go down. Can you train cats to fight? Nope. Cats actually are untrainable, untamable, and unassignable because you don't assign a dwarf, you don't assign them as pets and then dwarves claim them. Cats decide that they want to be pets and claim the dwarf. Cats do not abide by your rules, and cats do not care. As well as, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription, Vario. Exactly like cats IRL, yeah. That's very realistic. One of my favorite things about cats in Dwarf Fortress is that they are the most advanced animal AI in the game. They have preferences of different personality traits, and they want to be around dwarves that have those preferences. So if you see a cat like following a dwarf, it's because they like that dwarf. They also want to hang out in places where there's lots of people because they get petted. There's no animation for it, obviously, and you don't see it happening, but dwarves that walk past them pet them. It's really funny in adventure mode when you play adventure mode because you'll just see like so-and-so pets the cat, so-and-so pets the cat, so-and-so pets the cat, so-and-so pets the cat. Cat probably likes one of your military dwarves. Peckerman. I mean, this game is one of the most advanced cat simulations ever made, so. I'm not bullshitting. This is totally true. All right, so we'll let them do that. We do have plant again, so the amount of stuff we can brew can go up. Probably something just died, right? Thief! Protect the horde from stinking filth. That's fine. It's probably just the kobolds. As long as it's not child snatchers, I don't actually care. They couldn't find path to plants? I'm sorry, what? Oh, actually, I'll bet you. I'll bet you it's down here. Yep, it's this one. This is the one that's causing all that job spam. All that cancel spam. Let's also gather the stuff that's grown down here again. All right. Apparently, somebody has a pet goat. And another benefit of having all of this stuff growing down here is I can actually pasture animals down here. So I'm actually just going to nuke that. I'm going to get rid of that spot. I'm going to make a animal pasture underground. I can put that goat and such down here. So that I don't need to worry about grazing animals dying. I'm also, we can also assign that pig, that's fine. I'm also going to assign the fowl down here so that we don't have them running around. Dogs can continue running around. I also need to war train some more of my grizzlies. There's a lot of things that we need to do right now. I also need to set up all of the furniture for my... Oh, don't pasture a cat. That's a bad idea. I also need to set up all the furniture for my mayor. Apparently I have a goose. I seem to recall buying that. Stray donkey. Goat. Hen. Put the bunny down there. All right. Search filter would help there. Search filters would help in a lot of places. Thank you very much for the little hype train chat. For the 6 subs and the $12.50 in bits. You guys are absurdly kind to me, so thank you very much. First the town and then the world. Little book. Nest boxes are OP. This is true. But yeah, no, frame rate's back up to almost 60 now that we've plugged that water flow. Look at that. Like, this version of the game runs so well. It's kind of crazy, actually. But this should help pretty heavily with the brew drink from plant cancellations. I'm going to just force queue up a couple of these. But they go first. Can you somehow control the monster slayers? Not until they've been in your fortress for a whole year and petition for permanent residency. Because they're not actual members of your fortress. They're just permanent guests, essentially. So they're just living there. They're not actually part of your fort until they've been there for a whole year. Are all of these tombs claimed? Not all of them. But I need to make more. You can put them in burrows, but you can't, like, give them... You can't, like, assign them to actual tasks or anything. My crypt grows. I love that there's a zombie at the entrance to the crypt. Oh, look at that. A force that is vile and dark has arrived. They just squatting? They're permanent residents. Permanent residents, squatters, same thing. So we've got more goblins. I think I'm just going to keep using the... Well, I mean, we've lost a lot of the military, actually. I'm going to move one of these dwarves to position of team lead. And we are going to send out both squads to kill these goblins. It's not going to be that big of a siege, I don't think. Watch it be like a massive siege of like 250. They're still spawning? Nope. Okay. So it's a squad of what, like 10? Mostly archers, it looks like. Mostly archers. Let's see. Yeah, they're all bowmen. So if we can close the gap and get into melee with them, should be a pretty easy fight for us, I think. Helps you out a shit ton? No problem, trucker. Thanks for watching. And then also a bunch of snatchers. So they're here to kidnap our kids. They're not actually here to kill us. They're just here to steal the children. So we are going to put out a big stamp job and just say, kill everything. And don't forget, we are bringing our couple of war grizzlies. The dwarves just go bawling in and just begin cutting. Stuff falls apart. They die so fast. So soft, so weak. Look at all these dwarves in a stack. How fragile we are. I cannot succumb to fear. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Damn right, Mace Lord. As the tide turned, dwarves move forward and continue barreling their way through. Really need to assign some more war grizzlies, I think. Well, that goblin lasted a little bit. Shame there isn't a... They would probably kill the dragon. Because dragons are extremely weak to range troops. So They would probably just kill the dragon. Oh no. One of my spearmasters went to prison and then was found dead dehydrated. That's a bit of a shame. He did commit a pretty bad crime though, so. All right, let's finish with this. He was the one dwarf who tantrumed the other day. Lol whoopsie indeed, yep. Lots of lol whoopsies today. The bear got sick off of his treat. My bears are actually pretty wounded. It's kind of sad because animals still don't heal. Which is a bit of a shame. I need to set that to be a repeating job. Use closest material, continue building after placement. That's what I wanted. There we go. All right, so vet job win. I know, right? I would love that. All right, so that's a shame. I do hope somebody comes and removes this dwarf, though. Patched and improved. Currently, there's no word on. I do not know when there will be another patch, but I would expect sometime this week. As far as when that specifically will be patched and improved, no idea. That's been just the way of things for, like, so as somebody who's played this game for a really long time, you need to realize there's a lot of things in this game that have just kind of been the way this game is for a really long time, and those are all things that I don't really expect to change, if not soon, then ever, potentially, and that's one of those ones where I'm like, I don't expect that to change. Like, animals being able to be healed and such. Currency forever gone. I mean, it's still in the game. Money's still in the game. It's just, it's not used as actual, there's no actual simulated economy currently. Although, the overworld economy is supposed to return at some point, but Fortress economy, no. Like, cats can blink? It's Dwarf Fortress. This is Dwarf Fortress. Coins are a good trade good, yeah. Wait, hold on. Is there still invaders on my map? Okay, there's one. Well. Come on, Vabok. You can handle him. I know that you're seriously injured. But you got this. We got this. We can save you, maybe. We can potentially save you. See how he did. I mean, the war grizzly seems to be very effective. I gotta say, we definitely actually let's train up a bunch more grizzlies. Actually, that's something I'm gonna do like right now. Let's go to pets and livestock because I keep saying I need to do that and then I just don't do it. Where's the... Great grizzly bear, there we go. We'll be war trained. I can only do this with the adults and not the black bears. Where's that UI? War training. You war train, war train, war train. War train and war train. I mean, I had doctors assigned to my hospital. Are you asking me that? Assume they're still assigned. Yeah, they're still assigned. Oh, that was that wombat? Okay, sorry. I didn't see it adding anybody, so I thought you were asking me. They don't want to work. Also, make sure that orderlies are selected, that everybody does this, because in custom laborers, where is it? Labor, this button. Orderlies, this. Make sure that this is set so that everybody does this. I had it moved to this one, but I actually also had it turned off, which is bad. But this is basically just like doctor jobs here. Otherwise, they just straight up won't take care of the, you know, injured dwarves. You created a well underground in an aquifer. You hover over it, says dusting of mud. Is that bad? No, it's fine. Dwarves don't mind a little dirty water. It's only the only water contaminant that's actually an issue is salt. It's like salt water. But I've seen people saying that like it can cause infections. If it does, it's so minor that it's never been an issue for me. Yeah, just make sure that you have plenty of dwarves assigned to do orderly jobs. Otherwise, they won't do any doctoring. A dusting is fine, yeah. Murky pools are bad in adventure mode, but I don't think they're an issue in fortress mode. But in regards to like when will adventure mode be out, in a couple of in a month and a bit or so, I would guess. You have 200 dwarves, but only 90 bedrooms. Dwarves get real pissed if you don't give them bedrooms. At least give them a dormitory, which is just a whole bunch of beds in one room so that they can sleep somewhere. If you didn't have a bed that you could sleep in, would you be pissed? It's quite important, is the short version. What if you make a still or a water flask or lead? Do they get lead poisoning? No. Lead poisoning, if there is lead poisoning in Dwarf Fortress, dwarves are immune to it. Which I think makes plenty of sense. Also, another thing that I would like to do real quick, while we're still in early winter, is going to build a little crossing here. And I'm going to dig up to here. And we're going to dig over to here, and we're going to dig all of this out. And I'm going to channel down a layer around, oh, no, let's go up. I'm going to channel down a layer around this, and we are going to build over top of this thing. Lead paint, chips, and salsa. I don't know if that could be a prepared meal. This isn't Caves of Cud, but I make lead goblets all the time and sell them to the humans because I think it's funny. It's like, here do you go. Have brain damage. What kind of dwarf do you want, Zach? Do let me know. I am making bedrooms for my Baron currently, so. Days of Doom. Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Let's do 2 chests. I think it's 2 chests that they need. Military, let's do 2 armor, or 2. Did they build a second one there? I don't know. And user as well with the tier 1 for 3 months. Welcome back. You must dig deep, so you want to be a miner? Beard or no beard, Zach? And that was weapon racks, I already did. Is your dwarf still alive? I'm very doubtful on that, but I can check. No, not still alive. I can confirm, unfortunately. Five monster slayers have been killed by a singular cave swallowman. Jeez. So, Zach, one must always be bearded. Not always. You'd be surprised. Some people don't want to be a bearded dwarf. All right. Well, we'll give you a miner then. Zach. So this is Zach. Zach is a 52-year-old dwarf who has a spouse, disdains loyalty, and values merriment. Personality-wise, often acts with compassion, prefers to present himself modestly. He likes a little excitement now and again, and enjoys the company of others. He could be considered rude. One day you'll have enough points for a dwarf. It's not having enough points that's the challenge. It's like actually catching it when it's available is the difficulty. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, truly values merrymaking parties and that views loyalty unfavorably. And dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes malachite, copper, sard, floating guts leather, water buffalo horn, statues and scepters, and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. And the words of the musical lesson and the sound of the owl of rains and the sight of the laces of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume magpie and split beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. This is a very dangerous place to dig. A forgotten beast has come, an enormous one-eyed albatross. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. The game is mad at me. What layer are you on? Okay, so this is on a layer that can't get to me. So we're just gonna let this weird blob thing that doesn't have the proper sprite yet do its thing down here. We're just gonna let it exist down here because it can't get to me, so that's fine. It can just live in the basement. That's totally fine. Dust, deadly dust is scary. That too. Yeah, sleeping dust is horrifying. Never want sleeping dust. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm going to channel down here. I'm actually building over top of this waterfall right now. I'm going to channel down here and also right there. We're going to build around this area so that water goes over top of it. Fanyogs, thanks for checking out a gift. Here's friend. Wombat Medic, what's up? Do you prefer individual tombs or one giant tomb? I make individual tombs because it's more convenient. Chambers of Roleplay. Thank you very much for the tier 1 as well. All right, so let's actually channel out one further. We got all this. Can they even be made out of adamantine? I don't believe I've ever seen that in regards to Forgotten Beasts. I've had steel Forgotten Beasts though, and those are pretty horrific. You had an advert? Well, I mean, you shouldn't get an advert now. We're literally just digging around this waterfall base so that I can get these bodies out of this ice block because I'm tired of having a block full of bodies. It's just getting really annoying. Just looking down into here and being like, why is it full of dead things? Oh. Why is adamantine blacklisted? What do you mean blacklisted? Sounds like a Cannibal Corpse song. Many things in Dwarf Fortress sound like a Cannibal Corpse song. Fun band to see live. Oh, blacklisted from beast materials? I mean, it's not blacklisted. I'm pretty sure it's not something they can be made out of. The default population is 220, and you can change it in the settings menu. It's under game settings. There's population cap and strict population cap. Okay, you know what? Let's actually just go up a layer. We're just going to dig this out right here. Just put flooring over here and then wall it in. Should be made out of steel or adamantine. I mean, that would remove the variety. You set your in-game pop cap to 2 times to 2,000? Have fun with that frame rate. Or lack thereof. Alright, you dig out to here. Is there a way to see how many streamer you follow? Not a list, but a number of amount, just because, you know. There used to be, and I think Twitch has completely removed all of that functionality, which bothers me a little bit, to be honest. Wait, magma stacks? That's the plan, but I'm doing some housekeeping first. I mean, if you want to run Dwarf Fortress in PowerPoint presentation mode, I mean, sure, set your population to 2,000. Why not? I had a fort once where I set the siege cap to 700. That was some glacial frame rates, but pretty cool fort, though, when we got attacked. Those fights were huge. Steam Deck struggles with population of 50. Yeah, but it's a little handheld PC. I don't blame it. True, actually. The frame rate would run like Dwarven syrup on a cold day. I think it also depends a bit on fort layout when it comes to frame rate. Apoc plays live. Chambers of role play. Thank you very much for the raid. Cheers. Chat, can we get one beer for the raider? We only need one beer. Just perfect, Aqua. Excellent. We don't want to drown people. Timepiece. Thank you very much for that gifted sub. Cheers. Also realized my camera was still off. Probably had it off for way too long. Whoopsies. I've been looking at chat, not me. All right, so now that all of this is dug out, I can channel out this ice down here. Don't need to worry about this bit. This will let me get these bodies out of here. A lot of these are just straight up my dwarves, too. Crazed Redneck. Thank you much for that subscription. What's up, Vervolts? Soapmaker's been found dead. Yep, we're finding all these dwarves that died. It's a shame. See what just happened, chat? All this ice, all of this. So, Zach, you died, by the way, the dwarf that we just named. I was sitting here going, yeah, this will be fine. It hasn't frozen yet, so it shouldn't refreeze. It refroze. Rip. All right, well, that's awkward. Let's just cancel all these jobs and we'll worry about it in the summer. Fuck's sake. No, these were the dwarves that were just digging it out because it froze and then unfroze immediately. Which is a big oopsie. I did Zach dirty. They wanted to dig deeply. So they dug deeply. I would say also clean. You could feel it coming. I wasn't thinking about it, to be honest with you. Digging in ice. I mean, there's worse ways to go. At least it was painless and quick. Do I need more drinks? Yes. We are working on fixing that. The bright side, who gave the order, Brian? Who gave Zach the order? Blame Tekid. Okay. All right, let's do a... No, that's a meeting place. What am I doing? Bedroom. clicked the wrong button. Remove this zone. Bedroom. Bedroom created. And we are going to assign our Baroness to this. Herb. This over here is going to be a explosion. Thanks for the $5, Fanyogs. Big for candy, receive the circus.
Big for the candy, receive the circus.
One thing at a time, dude. Come on. Let's set this up as a dining hall. Then we need a tomb for our Baron. All right, so you still have nothing, and you need more bags. And we're not allowed to export earrings. Okay. Are we going to flood the world? I mean, that's not the plan, but accidents have happened before and will happen again. Okay. Let's just let the dwarves do almost anything right now. Let's just let various jobs get cleared because this stuff is still getting worked on. On the bright side, we do have like more meals than we need, so. It increases the value. Walls have value, so it increases the value of the zone. And if you're trying to make a zone with as high value as possible for like some royal, then yeah, it's good to include the walls because walls can be engraved and walls include value. It's less mouths to feed. Also, only 3 dwarves died. Wasn't that bad. Not like it's some crazy number. No, I didn't actually name the dragon Bernie Cinders because you can't name animals, but I'm referring to it as Bernie because it's easier to remember than the dragon's actual name. Is it possible to flood health? So water drains infinitely into the glowy pools, or did previously, and I'm not sure I'm pretty sure it's still constructed mostly the same way, because I haven't actually seen hell. I have mined through spires, but because there's demons in the spires themselves now, I haven't actually seen hell yet, so. I'm assuming it's still not possible to flood it, though. Are tantrum spirals still a thing? Yeah, if you piss your dwarves off enough. Although, considering we have 20, well, it was 21, now 20 depressed dwarves in this fort, the number of actual tantrums I've had have been very low. Like, quite low, in fact. How dangerous are necromancers? They're not dangerous. They will only res dead bodies if they feel threatened. It's like a defense mechanism. Another Forgotten Beast. The Forgotten Beast, Negurexon has come. Amaxu has come. A gigantic, scaly, nematode. It has wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly dust. Why is it always deadly dust? Why is it always deadly dust? It's always deadly dust. Every single fucking time it's deadly dust. Okay, this one can actually get to us. All right. Combat time. Stab it to death, dwarves. It's a meme toad, yes. Cavern footbath time? Sure. This one looks scary. Bugs are not scary, and nematodes are bugs, so I'm not too worried about that. The part that I'm worried about is the part where it might be able to fly, but it doesn't seem to be flying. So it is weak and recovers slowly, which means it's probably just going to get insta-gibbed, but we'll see. Dwarves come flying in. They are fighting with it. Heavy bleeding. It's bleeding everywhere, and it appears... and it's dead. I said that one would probably be over quickly. Yeah, they teared its wings off immediately with the spears. Have I beaten the clown invasion? I haven't beaten it. Well, define beat. I've held it off for in older versions of the game. I've held it off for considerable amounts of time. I mean, we'll butcher it if the dwarves are interested in such things. The Spirit Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the body with her bronze mace, with her bronze shield. Yeah, so the dwarves definitely got caught in clouds of this dust. Hopefully, it's minor if nothing else. Injured. What's your Let's see what. Oh, okay, so it seems to be rotting dust because they're all starting to output miasma. Hopefully it's not rotting dying dust. Hopefully it's just rotting dust. Okay, yeah. So it's rotting skin. So if treated, this isn't the worst. It just makes them smell real bad. Basically, they've all what's the they basically all have leprosy now. I've seen this effect before. It doesn't usually kill them. Usually what happens is the doctors just run over and cut all of the extra skin off. That's rotten. But we'll see what happens. Stinker? Yeah, they all smell bad. Well, they're all sleeping. See if any of these have been evaluated. Yeah, see, advanced rot on everything. No health problems. Sure. So they need cleaning and surgery, basically. They need full body surgery. And then they should be okay after that. But they're getting cleanings first. The extract's all coming off. Nobody's died yet, so that's good. Dwarves have layers? Yes, like an onion. Although literally there are ogres in Dwarf Fort. But yeah, so they will heal. They will heal. Also, chat room, I love you guys. You guys are very kind, but I've got to slow you down here because we're getting a little quick. Didn't one just die? Yeah, that's because I froze him to death, not related to this fight. Okay? So they put dwarves on tables for surgeries, so you should definitely chuck a couple... Oh, wow, that's a lot of immobilization. Hold on. Let's make a bunch of splints. Traction benches and splints? Yeah, well, I do have a traction bench. But fortunately, I hope they get their vision back. Because they've all lost their vision. Oof. Where's the doctor? Running back and forth. Let's just chuck a bunch more tables in here so we can begin more surgeries. Believe it or not, losing vision doesn't damage dwarves' ability to fight, so... I also really like it. Sonic got nuked. My only complaint about the soundtrack is that the songs don't play often enough. Just turns him into Daredevil? Oh yeah, no, totally. So, we are going to assign some more dwarves to these squads because I've lost too many. We're going to give it to these peasants down at the bottom. It turns out I have a whole bunch of peasants in this fort that need some sort of useful jobs. And we also need more military, so... I just put one of my doctors into the military, too. Isn't necessarily the worst idea. Well, dwarves can die of beard infections, which is suboptimal, shall we say. That adds a prompt before you disband a squad. Not that I'm aware of, but goddamn, we need one. Beard infections. Yes, you heard me. It's a horrible way to go, as far as I'm concerned. What's up, Gio? Or Gagon? Actually sure how to say your name. But what's up? Hello, friend. Having the cancel order and disband there is a mod that changes it to a trash can. I've just been practicing not clicking that button. Gecko? Gagon or Gecko? Gotcha. Well, hello. Dwarves can, in fact, wrestle if they are using a shield. Why are we yelling about mods? Real Slavic guy. Hail, Anthrax. Uh-oh. Combat's happening? No, it's not. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, well, somebody's fighting with something. Why am I getting old combat logs? Okay, another forgotten beast made it into my stairwell. So somehow, old Zwari, you're dead, by the way. Yes, I see that you've seen this. You know, it's funny. People were which one is this? This is the enormous one-eyed albatross with mandibles and deadly dust. Okay, so I need to send the squads back in then. Fortunately, though, we appear to have got to it. And, well, I mean, Aqua, thank you very much for the 24 months. 2 years of Dwarf Fortress, indeed. Good to have you back. So I guess we're going to find out what that deadly dust does now. Most of it's from the beast. It was just kind of a mob that mobbed it. I mean, a lot of these dwarves got caught in this, but they're just, like, punching it, kicking it, scratching it in this farmer's case, I think. Zwari, did you die fighting? No, you just died. Woodburner kicks the forgotten beast in the upper body with her foot, bruising the muscle. Good job, dwarves. At least it wasn't made of metal. Ugh, you just got back and you came back to this? Yep. Well, I guess we're going to find out what that stuff does. And meanwhile, there's a baby over here who's injured.
A lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Can you butcher forgotten beasts? Yeah, but right now I'm more worried about my dwarves. That's my current concern. Not so much the forgotten beasts. It's time to put more beds in the hospital because everybody's injured.
2 years of DF. Thanks for all the fun. Crypt Bear.
Not everybody, but a lot of people are injured. Cool. Dwarves are in fact cleaning patients. Diagnosing, cleaning. Okay, so let's take a look at one of these new dwarves. What's the... Oh, interesting. So this dwarf has no injuries, but is in the hospital. It's going to be curious to see what this does. Because we know what's wrong with the military dwarves that got injured. They, I mean, it might have been sleeping dust. It may actually have been sleeping dust. Like, they're all kind of leaving the hospital now. So I'm actually thinking, I think it was sleeping dust. Deadly dust of quick healing? Yeah. Sometimes deadly dust ain't so bad. Sometimes it's horrific. Where panda dust? That is not a thing. I'm happy to confirm that is in fact not a thing. They do meetings in the hospital for some reason? I mean, I do meetings in the hospital with my doctor. It's kind of the same thing. No, it's varying degrees of severity when it comes to deadly dust, usually. They've already hauled the Forgotten Beast's body, and we have a whole bunch of meat all of a sudden, so I'm wondering if they're butchering it. They might be. Okay, well, there's no animals that are able to be tagged for butchery, so. Okay, it looks like we've not been butchering, or we didn't butcher the last one, but we may be able to butcher the next one. Ah, there we go. We are currently butchering the left foot of the Forgotten Beast, which should give us a good chunk of meats. Right about, well, whenever it's done. And the rest of it's right here. I mean, it's pretty heavy. I don't actually know what that translates to directly. Okay, so that gave us like 30 meat. And now we're butchering the other part of it, the rest of it. So let's see how much the rest of it weighs. The rest of it also weighs 8,012, just as much as its foot. That's a heavy onion. Yeah, exactly. It is in fact a heavy. It's 30,000 euros, really? Huh. So that just bumped that just gave us like 100 something meat. And now we have all these bits and pieces, which are obviously going to be put over here in the food storage. So we will be dining well. We will be dining well. All right, so another thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to block this because tired of this causing problems. Is it edible? Of course it's edible. We butchered it. If we didn't butcher it, it wouldn't be edible. If they can butcher it, it's edible. Was that the one with the rotting dust? That was indeed the one with the rotting dust, yeah. I think. No, that was the one that we just killed in here. The one that we just killed in the fort. 23 super angry dwarves. Most of them are children. So, it is what it is. But considering we have 42 super happy dwarves, I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. Rotting dust just makes it spicy. True, yeah, it's added added taste. We still need wound immobilization. Actually, hold on a second. Have those jobs been queued up? So no, they haven't. Assuming my manager is either dead or injured. Where is cold-blooded? It passed him. Where did you go? Also, by the way, there is absolutely ways that I could make it completely impossible for Forgotten Beasts to get into my fortress, but honest to God, where's the fun in that? Or honest to Armok, should I say? Where the heck is the fun in that? Because I don't think that there is any fun of that in that. Frankly. To me, that's just boring. Also, this dwarf appears to be putting stuff in stockpile, so I'm removing assigned tasks from this dwarf so that they go do stuff that we need them to do instead of just, you know, putting stuff in and out of stockpiles. And thank you, chat, for answering chat's questions. You guys are making my job a lot easier. No, it doesn't. It does not cost frames per second pathing errors. If there is a wall and there is no way for them to path into an area, there is no frame rate cost because they can't path into an area. Previously, if you had a door and you locked the door, they would try and path through the locked door, but that mechanic has been removed and they're now considered walls from what I can tell, and doesn't seem to cause frame rate issues. So that was an issue in older versions of the game that has been removed. It was removed several versions ago. Could I show my barracks training area? Sure, as soon as we get out of this time capsule of being locked because we're saving. Yeah, you were right at one point in time, Benrir, but that's no longer a concern. What other tips to improve FPS in big forts? Turn off weather in game settings and turn off temperature, because every single piece of clothing on every single dwarf is constantly going through temperature checks. Sup, Yed? How's things, dude? Temperature is generally a pretty big FPS increase. All right, so this is my military training area right here. It's pretty basic. It's also my prison, where the children are currently playing make-believe. But yeah, so this is a prison, and this is my military training area. Morning, Wendigo. How's you? You'll need other things to keep them happy, though. I mean, if you run a nudist colonies, it will certainly filter out the dwarves that value clothing. Certainly. Also, speaking of dwarves that are upset, one of the pissed off dwarves is this child, who is a were-lizard. So, they're a little lonely, which is kind of sad. Let's also, because I also have this surge of leather, I'm gonna make a bunch of leather shoes. Another thing that I'm gonna queue up. I think 8 years they've been there. Do you have any idea why they start being slobs and start dropping weapons randomly in and outside of the fort? Because they do that, you have to give them somewhere to put the weapons. And if they have nowhere to put them, then yeah, they'll just drop them randomly in random places. A fox is fighting? Did something just fall? Fox just fell off a cliff. Good for you, Fox. Yeah, I mean, 51 frames considering you're running through wine is actually quite impressive. The elves have come to speak with us, and they say, "You have disrespected the trees in this area, but this is what we have come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you." Okay, boss. Are they at least coming to trade with me? Does not appear to be the thing. Kill that dude? No. You kill him. It's a peaceful diplomat here to insult us and give us orders. I won't kill them. Don't kill the messenger. Okay, so what point did I fuck this up? I did fuck this up. I'm gonna need to, I think it's right there. Nope. Yeah. It's actually easier to. Easier with the keyboard for this. Did I not screw up one layer? What are we looking at here? I'm trying to find an oopsie. It's kind of hard to explain. This is going to be a pump stack. But I screwed up one layer where I didn't make it alternate. Now I can't find it. Well, I will just simply install the other side of the pump stack. Looks like a couple of places. Yeah. Turns out some things are more accurate with the mouse, and this is one of them. Wait, nope, don't use closest material. Why I only use a few points in each dwarf while I'm barking carefully? Because I don't care and they train quickly. It's literally that simple. Like, I wish I could give you some fancy, you know, reasoning, but I just don't care. It's literally that simple. Previously, in older versions of the game, I used to just embark with 7 peasants and give them no skills because skills used to cost embarking points, so I would just bring more alcohol and not give them any skills because they learn quickly. Why are we pumping lava? Why wouldn't we be pumping lava? But actual answer to that question is so that I can have lava on the surface. It's an effective weapon, and it's a efficient method of cleaning bodies and other things. It's also the most efficient form of... it's also the most efficient form of smithing and making glass. Magma forge, magma shotgun. Yay! All the above. I don't know if I'll do magma shotguns in this fort. I might just do a lava dump. FPS is just weird. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing, right? The size and power of your CPU doesn't really matter. What matters is individual core clock speed. So if you have a lot of cores but low clock speed, game's gonna run like shit. How am I gonna power those pumps? I'm going to use water. I mean, currently, how much does it need? 880? Oh, actually, that's like 8. That's 9 water wheels. So it'll probably be like 16 or 20 water wheels that we're gonna need. Oh, there's the Elven Caravan. Have those jobs still not been queued up? The fuck's my manager doing? Okay, now they've been queued up. I'm just gonna make some extra carpenters. Game's technically double-threaded, but one thread is running the UI and the other thread is... Oh, do I not have a chief medical dwarf? What? Whoopsies. Now I do. And you get a fancy ring. Now you're worried? That child's probably dead. I wouldn't be worried. Just accept that they're gonna die. If they're canceling drinks because they're too depressed. If they're that far gone, they're probably just gonna go on hunger strike and die eventually. But you added 5 to 10 statues and it's still meager. Make it bigger. Barons need large space. They need, like, opulent levels of fancy stuff. Engrave the walls, engrave the floors. Make it bigger. Mayors don't need particularly nice things. Yeah, nicer statues, nicer materials for statues. You did it bigger than mine and it's all engraving? I mean, this is my Baron's spaces, so I don't know how big you made them, but... And that's considered a great bedroom and a royal dining room. They still need a study and a tomb. I mean, gold is a thing, and you can make statues out of metal, so naturally, yes, gold statues are a thing. Yeah, also, is it assigned to the correct dwarf? Did you assign the dwarf to the office? I'm trying to think, like, that's maybe the one thing that you might have missed. How exactly does the no one does this work? If you set something to no one does this, nobody does it. If you set it to only assigned dwarves do this, then only dwarves that are assigned to that job do that. And if you set it to everybody does this, then everyone does this. It's pretty simple. Put 25 crutches and 25 splints in this room. Okay, cool. We are also making more splints. We can get these dwarves properly immobilized. Sorry, what? Oh. Turns out caps lock still makes all of the buttons stop working in this game. I'm also going to remove cold-blooded from my doctoring list. Give it to this dwarf instead. Because I do want that chief medical dwarf in here. And also let's remove the chief medical dwarf from doing other things. Same with Irvad. I just want them doing doctoring stuff. Zephyr Cloud, what kind of dwarf would you like? Job and beard or no beard? Necromancers are necromancing because... I mean, if there's a lot of combat going on, yeah, that can make your FPS crash pretty quick. To be nice about it, it can make your FPS go down pretty fast. You'd like a doctor dwarf with a beard if possible. Okay. I can give you the chief medical dwarf even. Zephyr Cloud will follow you as you do your work. You're currently immobilizing breaks. Personality-wise, you're frequently depressed after experiencing trauma last year, 2 years ago. And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and tries to keep his things orderly. I'll get to that in a second. Sorry. He dreams of raising a family. He personally sees lying as an important means to an end, and sees no value in holding back complaints or concealing emotions after being caught in a snowstorm. And he likes Killinite and Platinum and Violet Sespertine, Octopus Leather, and Earrings and the Words of the Faded Urns and the Sound of the Fancy Glimmer, and Peach Cider. And you hate slugs. You're somewhat focused with satisfied needs, and skills-wise, you are a proficient diagnoser and a dabbling bone doctor. And currently, you're going off to complain to somebody in charge, it seems like. As you are rather stressed. As far as the Discord word story goes, chat, there's a room on my Discord called Add Word Stories. If you join my Discord, then you can add one word at a time, but keep in mind if it's just a wall of curse words, I will probably skip what you write. So write somewhat coherent sentences, and then I will read your somewhat incoherent responses. Wine booze is required to dig a deep hole. For egg, sauce. Smelly corpses smell like napalm and booze. Tomorrow mayhem will ensue upon the orbs. Home is how I'm ending that sentence. Thank you, chat room. All right, so with all of that going on, we are going to continue working in the hospital. Fortunately, the only issue with this is it's just what treatment do they need? 50 immobilizations. It's this is just, it's taken a while because they've got so many things. But fortunately, if you look at this dwarf, he's just one giant scar now, right? This Arash. But fortunately, because it's just scars, it's just scarring. Once all of these have been fixed, they should be largely fine. How did they get mangled? Forgotten Beast that made all of their body rot. It made their whole body rot. So they're just getting full body immobilizations. But they should be fine after that. One giant splint. Yeah, splint that dwarf to the bed. They should be okay. Mangled beyond recognitions, yes. So I'm not going to kill these elves, but they did insult us, so I'm not going to trade with them. They can go home with no goods, although I will peek at what they have. Oh, they actually brought weapons. It's kind of neat. Ooh, never mind, I'm trading with them. They brought giant sparrows. They brought giant sparrows. So just upon reminding myself, I'm not allowed to export earrings. So, chains and bracelets it is. I just want to buy that giant sparrow. Probably. But also right now we're tending to them as fast as I can make these splints, so but I could just assign a couple more doctors and remove their other tasks. Seems like there's a maximum, actually. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm just misreading. Actually going to reassign you as a bone doctor. Wait, no, not you. You don't need to be. You need to be doing other things. It's actually a little bit deceiving that menu grows. Let's get one more bone doctor. Yeah, if the names are blinking, it's because they're a legendary soldier. Your soldier perished towards the end of last stream, fending off a rather large forgotten beast, unfortunately. But hey, it was a forgotten beast. Actually, no. Your dwarf perished on the surface because we were fighting against goblins and you fell off the cliff. Yes, that was right. Not a forgotten beast. We were fighting against goblins and you fell off the cliff. I'm pretty sure that's where your dwarf died. I'm mostly certain that was how your dwarf died, actually. All right. Well, we do have a bunch more dwarves assigned to work on this. I don't know how quickly it'll get done, but... So you're just doing no job? What are you currently? Oh, actually, hold on a second. Orderlies. That's something I do need to do. I'm just realizing that me removing them from doing all jobs will also remove them from the ability to do doctoring jobs. Need to make sure that they all have orderlies assigned. I'll scroll until I find all these guys. Jump to you. Labor. Orderlies. There you go. Jump to you. Labor. Okay, you've got orderlies already. Volsky dwarf died? Yes. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of dwarves have died. It's gotten, this fort got violent, okay? Are certain trades more lucrative? What do you mean, are certain trades? The happier they are with you, the more stuff they bring, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, okay, so there's only 5 of them in the hospital now, which means we are getting through them slowly. Why are there 2 orderlies? Because I was fucking with something. I was trying to fix an issue that I was having. I just haven't removed it yet. I was trying to figure out why tasks were failing to be completed at all. And it turns out the reason for it was I needed to delete a bunch of meeting zones. I was trying to figure out if it was an issue with meeting zones or other things. Hey, Sunday. How's things? But if you're asking about values of items for sale, you want to be figuring out which items your dwarves are best at making, and the better quality the item, the more valuable it's going to be, if that's what the question is about. Mid-spring. Has stuff started melting? Yes, it has. Okay, so now that stuff's melted... Oh, did I do what I think I think I did what I think I did. Meaning... Because this is now considered open space. Let's see if I can... This is another weird bug that seems to have gotten worse with this, where it considers certain areas to be open space even though they're not. See if I can build floors there, if they can then get to that stuff. Can you explain how bins and barrels work for storage? Which items can go in them and which can't? Bins are for small, like, things full of stuff, whereas barrels are for food and alcohol specifically. So only food and alcohol goes into barrels, whereas bins are for small items. So, like, not boulders, but clothing items could have bins. Another one. The Forgotten Beast. For those of you who might remember, we did turn number of beasts all the way up to the maximums with this world. So, just saying. The Forgotten Beast, Akoru has come, a towering quadruped composed of bismuth bronze. It has a long straight tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous vapors. So again, I don't know where it spawned. Let's find out. Again, it's on the layer that can kill me. Okay. So I'm going to have to send my military to go fight it. We'll try and read the combat log a little better this time. That's a terrifying fucker. Look at that thing. Bismuth bronze. Fortunately, we do have steel stone. And I don't really want it to walk directly in, so... Oh, geez. Well, this dwarf's about to have a hard time. Or this elf is about to have a hard time, rather. Not dwarf. Sorry there, elfie. Whoop. Flew away. I mean, it ran away. Where's my military at? Well, it does look like they're coming down. Well, the dwarves are now in combat with it. We also have a petition. We need a doctor's guild. Well, that's cool. That actually would be a really nice guild to have. As for the combat, though, Forgotten Beast kicks the yak. Oh, that's the yak. Okay, we know what happened to that yak. Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the front thing with his bronze battle axe, but the attack glances away. That's not good. Axe Dwarf punches it in the right left foot, but the attack glances away. Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with his bronze battle axe, but the attack glances away. Axe Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast with his iron shield, but the attack glances away. Let's unpause briefly. The spear dwarves should have more luck because they do have steel spears. The recruit stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left lower thing with her steel spear, fracturing it. Hey, shouts out to the recruit. The recruit bites the Forgotten Beast in the head, but the attack glances away. However, he does latch on firmly. Good for you. Axe Dwarf punches the Forgotten Beast in the right hand, but the attack glances away. So at the very least, it does seem like our dwarves are starting off well. Terrified while in conflict? Well, that's good. And also... it's best to slow down and relax, says Claiborne. Well, I mean, sure. Let them fight a little bit. One dwarf just is saying, I give up early sometimes. I mean, you are, in fact, running away. So the Forgotten Beasts, something's flown off of it, I think. Yeah. So its rear foot's been removed. But yeah, so this dwarf's running away from the fight saying, sometimes I give up too early. I mean, no kidding. All right, so let's scroll down. What's going on here? The spear dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with his steel spear, fracturing it. Steel spear is firmly lodged in the wound. The hammer dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with her metal spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Okay, so we are cutting it up. Anybody else experiencing short lags? Are you on a very large map? If you made your map bigger than the default, it can cause weird hitching when stuff walks onto your map. And they killed it. That seemed easy enough. I was a little bit worried about the fact that it was made of bismuth bronze, but turns out not that big of a deal. Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a steel battle axe, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Hacks it in half. Holy shit, that's heavy. Good God. I don't think you can do anything with the metal beasts. I could be mistaken, but... Let's make another 50 wooden splints. And you just had your second ever crash? Ooh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Time to take a 20-minute break and then do it all again. Do I not have a leather shop? I guess I don't have a leatherworker shop. No, it isn't going into the forge, unfortunately. This might take a wheelbarrow to move. I'm actually going to wait until a dwarf shows up to haul it because I want to see how slowly it moves. Can it be butchered? I'm not sure. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I'm sorry. It is huge. And heavy. Before with mods, you could have 30 FPS with only 22 dwarves. That's a very small number of dwarves. I'm low frame rate for a small number of dwarves, too. Slow and steady. I mean, this dwarf's just doing some weight training. When the DHL guy hauls your package up the stairs, God. That dwarf is yoked. This dwarf is certainly getting ripped off by their employment. I'm also going to increase the frequency at which we do this. Or increase the frequency when we start brewing. So if we have less than 500 drinks, queue up 250. Turn off temperature. Pick in game for picking name for hours. There you go. Turn off temperature. See if that helps. If you're playing around 15 FPS, it'll save you at least a couple FPS. I mean, I'm on a 700K, and we're doing what, 50 frames with 200 dwarfs, which is fine. Turning off temperature in this map currently saves me a couple frames. Oh shit! Urist wishes to join the Riverblades. So this dwarf is actually a undead dwarf who's been in my fort for a year since some lovely local necromancer decided to res them after one of the various brawls that broke out due to dragon just kind of burning everything. Don't worry about that. Anyway, so they're undead. So undead have to rejoin the fort after a year. So we have a zombie dwarf now, which means I might just make them into a zombie doctor. This dwarf. And the best part about zombie doctors is they don't feel anything ever, and they don't remember anything ever. So they have no bad moods. They just head empty, no thought. His brain seems bruised. Who needs brain? When you're dead. Dwarf dead. Dwarf no need brain. Dwarf dead. Let's also set all this stuff to be harvested. And also all this stuff. At least we're finally beginning to recover the farming issues. The amount of pigtails or plump helmets that we have. All right, so we need to make a doctor guild. Chat, we may need to make a doctor guild, but you know what I need? I need a toilet break. So I'm going to approve this doctor guild. And I'm going to give you guys a dwarf to follow. And then I'm going to go take a leak. Actually, hold on. Let's check on the hospital. Never mind. I'm just going to go take a leak. I'll be right back. So 2 things. Thing number 1, I think I'm going to change the title of the stream. Because clearly it's not Magma Stacks. It's Beasts and Beasts and Beasts and Beasts and Beasts. And Beasts and Beasts and Beasts. Beast Stacks and Beast Stacks. Beasts. Anyway, so the Forgotten Beast, Lafat Holathwathlo Methoratharico. This looks like a kobold name. Lafatho? Lato Ho. Latho. Matt the Madhi Creek Karako. Kobolds named this thing. Look at that. It's a great skinless toad. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous bite. All right, well, we're going to kill this one, and then I think I'm just going to lock the basement for a bit. Red Panda. Thanks for that. Cheers. We need to go kill this thing, though. So let's go kill this thing. Oh, wait, maybe... okay, it will fly up, probably. Assuming it can fly, it will fly up, but currently... it does not have access to the fort. Currently. All hail the holy Hypnotoad. It does seem to be able to fly. But because it's skinless, it means that it's very soft. And because it has a poisonous bite, it'll have to actually, like, attack us. And you're heavily addicted to Dwarf Fortress. Thanks for making the content I do. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to watch the stuff that I do. You know, there's no point in making stuff if nobody watches it, right? All right. I think for this guy, I'm just going to... I think I'm just going to lock the basement a little bit. I think is what we're going to do. I think we're just going to lock the basement. Because I just... I need a break from... I need a clean break from all these monsters for a little bit. So we're going to fly up here. And I'm going to wait for that dwarf to run by. I'm going to lock this door and hope that there's nobody in the caverns. If there's anybody in the caverns, figure yourself out. What? Also, that's all the stuff that elf just dropped. We'll have to go down there and get those eventually. But for right now, we're just going to leave them. Archer dwarves against the flying toad? No, I'm just not going to fight it. I also have no trained crossbow dwarves because they're a pain in the dick. So we're just not going to fight it. We're just going to let it do its thing down there for a little bit. We could easily kill it. Like, killing it isn't the problem. I want my dwarves to get healed up right now. Sounds like a ballista job. Good luck hitting it. No, currently I need to focus on getting all these dwarves doctored out. Doctored up and training once again. All right, well, we need to finish re-upping these squads, so let's check this. Cool. Fully squatted up. Is there a source to these Forgotten Beasts? World Gen. They're generated during World Gen, and then each world has a limited number of Forgotten Beasts. And if your world leaves the Age of Myth and moves on to the Age of Legends or the Age of Heroes or something else, it means the majority of the beasts are dead. Are they still blind? It appears that they are, in fact, still blind. But I kind of want to keep them in the military. Because I don't think it's, like... actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep them in the military. Like, they've had a lot of stuff excised from their exterior. And they're fully splinted. Can you tame Forgotten Beasts? No. They're kind of like boss monsters. Well, being visually impaired or having no eyesight in Dwarf Fortress isn't actually that big of a debuff. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I'm curious if there's any of them that have the splints removed yet. Doesn't appear to be. Although they are all listed, even the super heavily injured ones are listed as healthy. The Spinner Dwarf, the spinning top. It may be time to make another squad, though. All right, so I do need to make some leather worker shops, because apparently I have none. IR Stupid, thanks for the Prime sub for the 27th month. I'm like forgetting how to thank longtime subs now because it's been it's been so many days in a row now of just me saying thank you for the new sub, thank you for the new sub, and I was just like 27 months, 27 months. Can you dual wield in DF? Yeah, dual wielding shields is actually quite optimal. All right. Let's get this whole area over here smooth, and we're going to get a office, I think? Yeah, because that's a dining hall, and that's a bedroom. This is going to be the office for my mayor. And Chopperino, thanks for the Prime sub. A werejackal infested and reduced your fort from 100 to 2. How do you recover? Wall up the werejackals, make them wall themselves up, and wait for more migrants to arrive. Or just have a werejackal fort. I'm kind of impressed the werejackals haven't killed each other, actually, because they will. But yeah, I would make sure that the werejackals lock themselves into a room. They won't starve to death or anything because it resets their hunger need once a month when they turn into werejackals. Chaotic Tabris, hello. Thanks for chatting so much on the Discord, by the way. It's nice to have activity on my Discord because it means that there's actually like maybe a real possibility that we get Discord partner back, considering my Discord has doubled in size in the past 2 weeks. My landlord wants me to send her a picture of my washing machine. Hold on a second. My washing machine is malfunctioning, so they need to know what model it is. Can you send me a picture of it, please? So we know what model it is? Hi, long time lurker. Well, cheers. I do recognize your name, believe it or not. Thrilled to see you and DF getting some well-deserved attention. Well, thanks for lurking for a long period of time. Means a lot. You got 200 plus wine on hand all the time. I mean, you need to have a lot of wine on hand in Dwarf all the time. Boop, thanks for the 45th month, Rory. Cheers, man. All right, so since we've got this room like set up now, I'm going to make this into an office. We're just going to throw in some dolomite tables. Let's throw in some thrones. I think a couple statues. What else do you really need in an office aside from a bunch of statues and artwork? And then we're going to set it as an office. And there we go. Accept it and assign it to our Baron. One more thing we need to do for the Baron is a tomb. Love your vids and you enjoy this beautiful game. Well, thank you. Means a lot. Hope you aren't flying anywhere from YVR anytime soon. Fucking hope not. I hate flying. I hear that the airport, according to this, as I'm a lurker on the Vancouver subreddit, and I saw it was a clusterfuck yesterday, and there's what, like that much more snow than there was yesterday? So. Do unicorns drop their horn? Can it be used as a decor? I'm assuming it would drop their horn. I think it's just called unicorn bone, though. Minus 28. It's Celsius. What is it outside right now? It is -9. Feels like -10. It's not that cold. But it's supposed to snow until Friday and then start raining. But there is like that much snow outside right now. Lucky. Just makes getting groceries a little bit more difficult. What is that artifact of? Oh, it's a pigman. I saw that boulder up there and I thought it was just an artifact of a boulder and I was very confused for a second there. Monkey? Got a bird. Is that a rock actually? Oh, it is an image of a rock. That's kind of cool. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, it's a god. It's the Iron of Earth. Is depicted. Rala is the Iron of Earth is the deity of the mountains depicted as a female eagle. Oh shit, we have an eagle deity. That's kind of rad. Yeah, there's a reason I don't live in Calgary, flying lampshade. That's you just described exactly why I do not live in Calgary. Yeah, I would assume Saskatoon would be cold as fuck right now. All right, and then connected to the office, we're going to put their tomb. This will be their tomb. How do you make a beekeeper? You make hives, and you need to have honeybees on your map. And then the hives have to have access to the surface, and then they will automatically go and collect the bees and put them into the hives. And then from there, And then from there, why am I blanking on the next step? And then from there, I need to cut the wood down there. And then from there, you need a presser, and then you press the honey and the royal jelly out of the beeswax. It's a bit of a thing. Balmy minus 25C with wind chill. That's brutal. Yeah, it's just not windy. It was colder last night. Oh, did I build those as floors? Duh. Oopsies. Let's do walls, not floors. Those buttons are right next to each other in my defense. Carpenter shop to make beds. Stoneworker shop to make blocks and doors. Are the first two workshops I build. Nah, here's the thing, right? I like the cold weather. And you might think I'm crazy, but I do actually unironically like the cold weather. There's a reason I live here. I don't like heat. Places that are hot all the time? Can't do it. Can only visit in cold season. Wait, wait, no, I didn't want you to, I don't want you to deconstruct that. I want to unforbid the thing that's on you. Hell yeah, Luddite. It's just, I could do with a little bit less snow. Or rather, I would prefer, I would like snow more if people were better about shoveling the sidewalk in front of their businesses and buildings, but people unfortunately aren't great at that here, which is kind of rude. But as somebody who can't drive and is restricted to getting around only by foot, that part kind of sucks. And also, idiots who drive like to, come way too close to almost hitting me while I am out and walking, so. Fortunately, car is king. Not here. Well, not everywhere here. In a lot of places here it is, but public transport's perfectly usable. It's just once the sidewalks are removed, or the snow's removed from the sidewalks, I'm generally fine with it. Holy shit, there's a lot of bunnies up here. Because I'm legally blind and can't legally drive is why I don't drive. Trucks are a thing in Letterkenny? Letterkenny is barely a thing. We need more unrotten plant. That's fine. They're not open yet, but, I mean, we did get that much snow last night. It was fine yesterday, but I peeked outside this morning. It's like, yep, everybody needs to shovel again. I'll probably go out tonight and shovel the sidewalk behind my apartment. Explains the Twitch name? Yep. Visual impairment is a common part of my reality. Every now and again, people get weirdly tilted and think that I'm lying about my username, but I assure you, it is the truth. All right, let's do all that. Hey, look, a squirrel. Hey. Never seen the squirrel stripe before. Is this a new embark? No, I'm just building some stuff on the surface because I'm expecting to start getting sieges soon. Or sieged soon, I guess. By elves, specifically. And they have a tendency to ambush, so I don't really want them sneaking into my fortress. We're building some we're finally doing some surface construction. Are you connected to a lever? No, you are not. But can you see the screen? Blindness is a spectrum, like many other things in life. All right, so we are going to plop a lever down here. This is going to be called front door, basically. And it's just like when people, like, do the, oh, you're legally blind? How many fingers am I holding up thing? It's like, fuck you. That's like you being colorblind and people picking up random things and being like, what color is this? Yeah, the sad part is, like, most people who do that are actually quite well-meaning. Like, they don't often mean anything bad by it. It's just rude as shit. We're gonna make rock salt roads in and out of this because I love the color of rock salt in the game currently. Nice burgundy. You were literally gonna say that you're colorblind and everyone does that? Yeah. I have no fucking idea, Queso. You may have no fingers, and I wouldn't know because all I know is that you're typing. You could be typing with your tongue or your nose. Any tips for new players? Check my YouTube channel. I got a shit ton of tutorials. But tips for new players? Losing is fun. You will lose forts. Oh, turn on auto-saving. Game has a habit of crashing currently in this version. Does it make any difference to walls? No, but it does make difference in value of the walls. Like material after placement. Yep. Where's the nearest place on Earth with intelligent life? With intelligent life? Nowhere. All right. Let's do that. All right, yeah, I forgot that roads don't have their own textures yet. Fortress wealth does affect enemy raid size, yes. It's wherever the dolphins are. Wherever the nearest whale is. Certainly not me. Any tips on getting a embark with a waterfall? Hit the elevation button when zoomed in the bottom right. And look for something with a stream that has a sudden drop in elevation. Ugh. But yeah, sudden drops in elevations will get you what you're looking for. That is a weird bug that seems to have gotten quite a bit worse in this version of the game in regards to the something as a floor but also an open space. I'm not entirely sure what causes it. Also, we have a ghost. Well, let's deal with that. We should also make more gardens down here. We are increasing the number of gardens that we have, though, pretty effectively. Looks of things. Lots of plump helmets spawn. Cool. So we can make more gardens now. Let's go to here and deal with that ghost. Sycon, thanks for the Prime sub for the 35th month. Is it possible to make little outdoor houses with roofs? Yep. Just start building up above, but remember that you need to build the roofs. Actually, if you go to my YouTube channel, I uploaded a video this morning of Semtexagon's fortress who's probably in chat still somewhere. If you go look at that video, that's a big old surface fortress, but you do have to manually construct roofing. So up here, like if I wanted this to be considered indoors, I'd have to go up to this layer, one layer up, and then build over top of it to make it indoors. Cancel that. We're gonna do flooring instead. But yeah, no. Also, if you want me to take a look at your fortress and offer tips, or just do little showcases, there's a room in my Discord called Dwarf Fortress Save Sharing. Go chuck a save file in there and just tell me that it's okay to use on YouTube. Kyra Asylum, what kind of dwarf would you like? Nope, you can't grow plump helmets above ground ever. Because Dwarf Fortress knows. It knows! I hate these stupid bunnies. Hold on. Let me just murder a bunch of bunnies. I have 2 ghosts around from the looks of things. They are literally breeding like rabbits. Also slaughtering a few. Two, 3. Okay, you're somebody's pet. We're going to leave you because you're a pet. That is one of my farmer's pets, so I'm just going to set them to be gelded. Thorn Wyvern, thank you very much for that 5th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Those 2 can't be gelded. That one can be gelded. That one can be gelded. There's so many pet rabbits. D&D is over. Back to, like, solo D&D. Dwarf Fortress. Do I ever put slabs somewhere specific? Yeah, I'm literally doing that. I'm putting them in my crypt down here. But, I mean, you can put them anywhere. It doesn't matter where they go. Let's see if I can find that other ghost. Literally 2 of them. Why can't I find the other one? Sure, I've gone past them plenty of times, but let's try going slower. You saw it? I'm sure you did. Boss Pick, thanks for the prime. This is an okay time for people to get stuck in ads. His name is Sodal. Thank you. Actually, that's a good idea. Hold on. There was a second one. But if you just search by their name, then you can just get them that way. That's actually a really good idea. Never thought to do that. We had thieves show up and then go away. This is old. It's old, that's old, that's old, that's old, that's old, that's old, that's old. It is annoying, yeah, but like a lot of things, it's getting improved slowly. Wait, are you telling me I can't build bridges on roads? Has that always been that way? Huh. To have a dwarf Dr. Necromancer arrive in your first way. Everybody asks if they should be concerned. That dwarf just has weird hobbies and likes making bodies not being bodies anymore. He likes to make bodies into unbodies, which is totally fine. Dwarven necromancers are just dwarves with really weird hobbies. Don't be so concerned. He's just like that really emo metalhead that you knew in high school, you know? Just me IRL. Just kind of a goth kid, you know? A force that is vile and dark has arrived. It is, in fact, an art form. It's the art of making dead things not dead things. All right, well, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Best doctor ever, never lost a patient. Exactly! Redbeard, thank you for the tier 1. All right, so. Yeah, 0. Another one. All right, well. It's probably still the same situation. One seems a little bit bigger. Erdim. You may want to go inside, sir. Just saying. Snatchers, protect the children. Are you gonna run there? No? Okay, now you're gonna run. Well, good luck. We're putting the military here. Here comes the siegers. Chat, could I get some, you know, I'm gonna unslow you guys for a second. Could I get some good siege emotes in the chat, please? They're still just here to kidnap my children. They're gonna have a hard time. Rev Brown, thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. 227-year-old lady is leading the charge. Coming around the corner, my dwarves are preparing for the attack. They appear to be climbing my walls because they're just like, fuck it. Which gives them the high ground initially, but I'm sure my dwarves can handle this. Attis here taking the lead, trained as a wrestler, 71 years old with 2 lovers. Doing well, dwarf. The first goblin comes down, and immediately I see a nose flying. Let's check the health of some of these dwarves. I'm curious if any of these are those dwarves that are, like, not really dwarves anymore because of how many injuries they've had. Health, description. Okay, so this is one of those vision lost dwarves. Well, they are, in fact, not... They're very good at being stationed. They're not really noticing the fact that there's a... Let's see if I tell them to kill... If I give them a kill order, will they notice? Let's see. Okay, so I have to give them kill orders for them to notice the enemy. That's very funny. They are all, like, unseeing dwarves. I should probably rename that squad to something, you know? All right, well, let's just assign them to go and kill after they deal with the first dwarf back there. We got Claiborne, who's running up first, who's uneasy after being able to pray for too long. Got hit, came around the corner and immediately got hit with a bolt. Meanwhile, Coulette here is also got hit with a bolt. Dwarves, can we please get around that corner and, you know, go do something useful maybe? Like killing these guys? First one goes down, second one goes down, third one goes down. They chase the remaining ones that are still firing a shower of bolts at us. There are some that are hanging from a tree up here. That's kind of badass. Look at that. Uh-oh, somebody or something fell in there. Oh, shit, these are full of fish. Yeah, interesting. Can I inform them to... Okay, so they have been informed to be killed. One goblin body fell into that little puddle. The last 2 were there, and they appear to be getting stabbed to death now. I lost any dwarves? None yet, but we do have some pretty heavily injured dwarves. Looks like my dwarves are already coming out to rescue the wounded. As for the last few, I'm not sure where they've booked it off. There's one right here. I don't know if this one is one of the kill order ones, but he is now. Not entirely sure why they are opting to climb. Oh, wow. Look at this dwarf. Okay, so they're both doing handlebars on this tree, right? And this dwarf is hanging from this tree and fighting. 170 actually is the oldest that they can get. Was able to take out, I was going to say was able to knock him in, but seems like they both just climbed back over, and then somebody else took him out. I would say that still went pretty well. The siege has been broken. There is many things that require claiming on the ground, so we're just going to claim all of this. And we're going to need to do some more doctoring, I think. You had your first Forgotten Beast. That was a lot of fun, for 15 dwarves at least. Well, rest in peace to those 15 dwarves. We did lose 1 dwarf in the fighting. It appears that Coulette has passed. Rest in peace, Coulette. Now because... Seems like we lost somebody else. Ah, no, they found a dead farmer. So we're going to build our trade depot up here. Use rock salt for that. Are goblins mammals? Yes. But they are also immortal. So they're kind of like elves in that way. All right, let's check down in the hospital. I do think it's kind of hilarious that the blind dwarves just only will kill things if they are given an order to, because they don't know where there's stuff that they can kill. That's just really funny to me. All right, let's build another squad, I think. We're going to do another metal armor squad. Competent Spear Dwarf is in fishing. Much more useful being a Spear Dwarf than fishing. Skilled Spear Dwarf, sweet. Competent Mace Dwarf. Not immortal if you stab them? True. They won't die. There are no natural causes that can kill them. But murder is legal in Goblin society, and in fact, a common pastime and hobby for many goblins and demons. And because demons live in the same space as demons, frequently they just get murdered and live in a castle rather than underground. Absolutely, it's possible to build upwards. We're kind of working on building upwards above ground right now. I usually just don't do that first. There's also a video of a rather large surface fort on my YouTube channel because I'm starting to try, I guess, a new series on YouTube where I go through other people's forts, with permission from them, of course. So first one that I did was very much a surface fort. And if there's feedback that can be offered, I will be offering feedback on those as well. Okay, and you're a competent swords dwarf. Sweet. So now we are going to go here, and I'm going to assign those guys to store stuff in here, as well as the whips of what now? The whips of responsibility. Break the law, get the whip. I like that name. The name of that squad. That's a good squad. All right, so now I'm going to set them to. I'm going to set everybody to train, actually. Constant training. Constant training, constant training. Human pits and elf pits? What is that? So if a goblin army or group makes a pit and then a human civ takes it over, it becomes a human pit. Or a kobold pit. So basically they're goblin pits that have been captured by a different faction. Dastot. Got a Ghost of Dastot. Select Memorial after placement. Got 2 for Sodell, which I can just pull both of them. That's fine. If there's any others that I can do. Nope. Alright, so this is going to be a tomb for my Baron. We'll get that smooth. I was supposed to make a Doctor's Guild. Shit! Okay, hold on. Super duper forgot to do that. There's been beasts and beasts and beasts and beasts and beasts and other things and beasts and beasts and beasts. God damn it. Also, hi, Armor. Well, I'm assuming he's in the chat because somebody's adding them. Yeah, also, I need to name you a Dwarf Kyre. I was just scrolling back up to go double check that. Sorry, there's been a lot happening in case you haven't noticed. Preferably a metal worker. Yeah, metal worker. So we don't have a lot of metal workers currently due to the fact that we haven't really started doing heavy smelting, but I can give you this furnace operator if you'd like. Kyre Asylum. While other things are happening in the background, we will follow you around. He isn't particularly ambitious and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He has an active imagination and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. Alert. Oh, sweet. Ghost has been put to rest. He likes a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He must love it here. And he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he can handle stress and is a friendly individual. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He personally finds acquisition and the use of power abhorrent and would see all masters toppled. He finds those that develop skill with weapons and finds those that develop a skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and thinks friendship is important. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And like Sibnite, Platinum, Rubicile, Amber, the color cabochons, slabs, and scepters and toads for their bounty and pose for their beauty and the words of the azure lenses, and the sight of the jewels of tenacity, and when possible you prefer to consume wine? Just wine. And you hate brown recluse spiders. I'm also going to get rid of these upper gardens finally, which I thought I already did, but you know, I'm kind of doing a billion things, so we're going to go underground now, and we're going to make some more garden plots, some pretty big ones actually. Because we got 200 dwarfs and we need to keep everybody fed. I also should probably pretty up these gardens a little bit, as they ugly right now. I mean, I too prefer to consume wine. Okay. Let's get back to this Dr. Guildhall. Beer is the thing. I mean, I had some beer last night. It was good. Can confirm. Furniture, burial. Let's use granite. I'm just going to fill this tomb up with statues. Is it dwarves or dwarves? Well, chat already answered it. One is plural, one is singular. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if there's things where you're like, there isn't a sprite here, it's probably because there isn't a sprite there yet. A lot of sprites, believe it or not, actually got cut from the first release of the game purely due to time. So, you know. Also, chat room, this kind of goes without saying, but due to your extraordinary kindness the past week, we've actually unlocked a few emotes. We've got 2 open emote slots right now that I'm working on getting emotes for, but we are only 60 subs away from getting a 3rd one. So if you happen to have a Prime sub around and want to help us unlock another emote, we close. To the point where, yeah, I literally made like a wide emote variant because I was just like, I have too many emotes slots and I need something. Aquasar, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. So that means only 50 are needed now. Found an artifact buried underground, but there was no sprite. Oh, no. I use Franker Z and better TTV emotes? Yeah, I've got a bunch. I just don't use all of the normal ones that you see people using. So, Aquasar, thank you very much for gifting a 10-pack. Harry Teaspoon, thanks for gifting out a sub. And Sprongo, thank you very much for gifting another one. And for gifting a second one. Cheers. You guys are very kind. I will admit I'm being a little bit pushy when it comes to subs right now, but I've never unlocked so many emotes. And who knows how long this opportunity will stick around. I need to assign this to... Because I do expect the sub count to stabilize at some point. But while we're still in this extraordinary growth period, might as well push for emotes, you know? Zegchrist as well with the Prime. Cheers, friend. Would you suggest where would you suggest a newer player starts? You've only dipped your toe into Dwarf Fortress, but you've been following the development and stories on YouTube for years. Settle somewhere calm. Settle somewhere calm and far away from hostile neighbors. And Dank Fudge and Papa November. Thanks to those Prime subs. Cheers. Also good to have you back, Armor. But that would be my main tip, is just settle somewhere that's chill, where there isn't a ton of stuff happening, because there's a lot of mechanics to learn. And Dwarf Fortress, while it's not impossible to learn by any stretch, it is a process. It's very much a process. I mean, watch my video on how to dig through aquifers, but you can build on an aquifer and you'll be okay. let's check this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's this one right here that's screwed up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to handle it the far side. Actually, I've got to start up top. Aquifers are super useful, but extraordinarily confusing if you don't understand how the game logic works. Extraordinarily confusing if you don't understand how the game logic works. Yeah, that's Untamed Wilds is where the agitated animals live. Also, 44 more sub points. We unlock another emote, which is bonkers. Absolutely fucking bonkers. All right, so as we scroll up and down, working on the top side. That's good, 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 good. We're going to have to rebuild so much. Looks like Templar got reelected to mayor. A bunch of rabbits have been slaughtered. My rock has forgotten its training once again. I don't know. I don't know about taming agitated creatures. I have no idea, to be honest with you. This is gonna be confusing as hell for you guys to watch. I'm sorry. This is just gonna be a mess. I didn't screw up, did I? Hobo Knight, thank you very much for that Prime as well. Okay. All right. Yeah, you blinked. Go again. Oy vey. Go again, they say. Go again, they say. There's no break in the actual pump stack. The pump stack itself is fine. The third YouTube VOD? Good luck keeping up. I've had people over the years that are like, I'm going to try and watch the entirety of a certain fort, and they usually give up eventually. Don't forget the Doctors Guild. I did. Thank you for reminding me about the Doctors Guild. Too many projects. Dilbert, hi. Thank you very much for that Prime. Cheers. And thank you, chat, for that train. The 18 subs. Slowly crawling our way closer to yet another emote slot. YouTube Frog here. Glad to catch the stream. Hell yeah. Looks like somebody's gone nuts, I think. New guild hall? So they want a doctor guild hall. I think they also wanted a Craftsdwarf's hall that I also completely spaced on. There it is. Hold on a second. What's the name of this? The Hall of Helping is the name of this guild. That's a really good name for a doctor's guild. I like it. The Hall of Helping. They're helping, chat. We put a bunch of tables in here to practice surgeries. Or air quotes practice surgeries, not actually. With some chairs at the end. They're probably just going to end up eating their lunches in here, actually. Well, maybe not all visitors, but certainly my fort, citizens only. I don't want, like, local visitors to do that. I mean, I could place a traction bench in there, but since they're not going to use it, I would probably be benefited to make more traction benches and put them in my hospital, actually, which is what I'm going to be doing in a second here. All right. So I'm going to smelt some more magnetite. And we're just going to do that until we run out of magnetite. Or charcoal, whichever one happens first. Once I start seeing cancellations, yeah, we'll do that. Domalith is throwing intangible. That's unfortunate. You commit any crimes, Domalith? Doesn't seem like Domalith has thrown any, has broken anything. Also, Lytast has begun a mysterious construction. Where? What item did you grab, Lytast? Just wood. Okay. I mean, hey. Northern Soul, hello. Holski, thanks for checking out a gift sub. All right. I love how there is a zombie over in here socializing. So the skilled doctors can now go in here and they can teach other dwarves doctoring skills, which is a really good thing to have. New viewer from the YouTube channel? Cheers. Welcome from the YouTube world. I mean, the YouTube channel is getting 100,000 views a day right now, which is lower than it was on launch. On launch, we were getting, I think it was closer to 180,000 views a day. But I'm quite happy with 100,000 views a day. That is, my YouTube channel used to do 100,000 views a month. So from 100,000 views a day, up to 100,000 views a day from 100,000 views per month is a bit of an increase. That's a wee bit. Just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. Tiny bit of a bump. I'm the best that you've found for teaching this game. Thank you. Although, as far as advanced stuff goes, I think that there will be other people that will take that from me because I'm not the best at teaching advanced things. I'm just good at teaching basic things. Or like basic advanced things. But when it comes to like 100% accurate numbers and perfect management stuff, I will be leaving that to Salford, Sal, and Tekid. Yeah. They're much better at that sort of thing. And I'll be promoting their shit when it comes out too. Advanced bait. Well, I mean, I do have a minecart shotgun video, so. Lytast, the woodcrafter, has created Taberlect, a ginkgo wood crown, and offers it to the River Blades. I think we could give that to our Baron. I think that would be fitting, frankly. This is a ginkgo wood crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of ginkgo wood. Very simple crown, but I think it's a nice little object to give to our Baron. Fort's going all right, drowning the forge. Basic things get people playing, and that's the important part. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. All right. Get those other gardens down here set up. We'll also do, we're also going to do pigtails here. And sweet pods when we get those. When we go back up, we're going to go my farmer's workshop and we're going to process plants. Going to let it repeat here and then cancel out when it's done. Dwarves are making stuff. Good, good, good. We are also going to queue up iron corkscrew. Let's do 100. And iron pipe. These are for the pumps because I'm out, which is also a reason I'm not working on them currently. All right. Fight attack. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you. And there's no way to do this quickly and easily, so I guess what I'm going to do is this. I will simply queue up flooring all the way up to here. And I will just go through and deconstruct them. Where did it all go? Oh, there it is. It's like, I don't see the dolomite. And then for these last bits, I will just begin deconstructing them the same way that we did the first one. Also, chat, I'm going to put you guys back into slow. Well, actually, no, we're fine right now. Look at all that blood being washed off of them. This is why it's good to have a place for the dwarves to shower, because look at all that blood. What's going on with the pump stack? I screwed up one layer, and so I have to redo it, basically. But seriously, Fida, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you. You're the only one losing frames, or is it Twitch overall? I haven't dropped any. Yeah, you can reclaim previously lost forts if you want to go back to them, which just resettles on them essentially. Needs cleaning, crutch required, diagnosis required. Currently there are 0 crutches in the thing, so we're also going to make wooden crutch. Let's do 25. And then immediately leave. Probably didn't leave. It's probably just somewhere you can't see it. But yeah, shut the front door. Oh. Man, no, chat, you guys are extraordinarily kind. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for me this past week. And, you know, or rather, half of a month now. How goes it today? It's going. It's going. I went to a very disappointing pub last night. The food was terrible, and the beer was middling. It was, and like, not even like that they didn't even have, like, they had some decent beers, but they were quite flat. Like, it just wasn't a great experience, so I'm not too thrilled about that. But aside from that rather disappointing beer experience last night, things are pretty good. What's my favorite kind of beer? Ooh, that's a tough one. It depends on the season. In the summer, I'm very much an IPA person. In the summer and fall seasons, I'm very much like an IPA / pale ale or sours person. In the winter, I like dark beer. In the winter, I like dark beer. But also, definitely, Plump Helmet's not made into beer; it's made into wine. Chat, by the way. Forgotten Beast Simo has come. It is an enormous blob composed of salt. It has a long and curly tail, and it has a bloated bloated body. Well, fortunately, it's not super scary, that one. But in this house, we worship blob. Simo. Oh, well, it's also in the lower layer of the basement, so we can't get to it anyway, and it can't get to us. The world's going to run out of Forgotten Beast. So this is a large world, and we cranked the possible number of beasts up to the maximum, so I very much doubt that we're going to run out of Forgotten Beasts. Oh no, we had a reindeer bull that starved to death. Whoops. Yes, cave wheat is dwarven beer. Let's queue up all this stuff to be dumped. Did I assign this? Yes, I did. Cool. I need to make rock earrings. Five, that's fine. Some extras. Your current game has this one Forgotten Beast that can breathe fire and it keeps killing the others. I kind of love it when you end up with like Titan battles. Those are always fun. Okay. Das Tot, the ghostly planter. Do that now. You haven't seen a trader in a while? That probably means that they died. Actually, speaking of traders, we're going to be trading with the home faction soon. What do they want? They want tools. Well, wheelbarrows are tools. So let's make... $50 wooden wheelbarrows. Yeah, we're up to 200 dwarfs now. Pretty stable at 50 to 60 frames, except for when I dump all the water into the basement. Yeah, you met your first Gorlak yesterday, and he was pretty cool. Gorlaks are awesome. I love Gorlaks. You can forge an anvil? Oh, absolutely. You can make your own anvils. You can make them out of adamantine, steel, and iron. 47 very happy dwarves. The depressed number of dwarves has gone down, and the sort of depressed dwarves number has also gone down, which is good. I do feel that we are slowly recovering the fortress. Although, actually, I wonder how many dwarves don't have bedrooms. I have not gone through and counted all my bedrooms, by the way. All right, so it's mostly kids and children that don't have rooms. Although there are a few dwarves that just straight up don't have rooms. Well, I guess we could do a few more this way. Up to the edge there. Also do a few up this way. No, there isn't. You just have to manually count them. I usually just look at how many dwarves do not have bedrooms assigned and assume that's approximately how many I need to make. Which is generally a pretty quick way of doing it. Did I run out of cabinets just now? I think I did. Whoa!
Thank you for the streams and YouTube videos.
Thanks, Insane.
Keep up the good work, Humir. Cheers from Croatia.
Cheers, man. Thanks for watching the stream for all the years that it took for me to get this far. Like, honestly, it's lovely to have so many new folks in the chat, but being completely honest with you, the people who've been watching me for the last few years are kind of heroes because we never would have made it this far without them. Like, just straight up. Because I've been streaming this game for 4.5 years now. And there's no way in hell I would have made it this far if there hadn't been, like, you know, that consistent 50, 60 people watching. Since launch, you know, we've had pretty steadily 1,000 people a day, but it wasn't always this way. I've actually had some people state that they're very surprised that I haven't been a very large streamer for a very large time because I don't act like somebody who's had a smaller audience for years, but it certainly has been this is definitely a new scale of stream for me. I was kind of a hero too. I was just an idiot who kept streaming. Domalith, the armorer, has given in to depression. Sorry, Domalith. By changing the BIOS settings of your GPU performance? Oh, interesting. I've heard some people stating that does work for some of the issues that people are having, which is good to hear. Let's go down to the bottom of this. Just build all the way up. This is going to be such a mess. So, there, up one, so there. This one will be these two. Hopefully nobody... Chat bets that somebody falls all the way through this. Like, honestly. How long until a dwarf falls through all of this? Bastet, what kind of dwarf do you want? What kind of job? There's no easy way to do this, unfortunately. I know what I know mostly what you want. I know your preference, but what I don't know is what job do you want? Do you want military? Do you want something else? Okay, we'll worry about this later. God, this is gonna be such a pain in the dick to put together. Military? Okay. You don't always ask for military, so. I'm not going to give you one of the ones that's been blinded, so. Bastet. Her very long hair is braided, and her somewhat narrow slate gray eyes are sunken. Her ears are somewhat short, and her head is somewhat tall. Her hair is gray, mixed with some raw umber. Her skin is dark peach. Can I make you a therapist, dwarf? Only if you can get the redeem, which only goes up every 45 minutes. Or once an hour, I think, actually. Is it 45 minutes or not? It probably has a countdown timer. Anyway, her somewhat narrow slate gray eyes are sunken, and her ears are somewhat short. Her head is somewhat tall, and her hair is gray, mixed with raw umber, and her skin is peach. She never feels discouraged, And she is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges. Very calm demeanor, happy and enthusiastic, confident under pressure, and tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't tend to, she doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is, she doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is trusting and she is quick to anger. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Under military, you've killed 5 catastrophes of Milberith in scorching dungeons. You dream of creating a great work of art. Personally, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and lacks respect for family and values peace over war and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't care about fairness. She likes chalk, electrum, morion, crystal glass, and amber, and gems, and helms, and grates, and turkeys for their gobble, and jackals for their resourceful nature. And when possible, prefers to consume potato plants, and hard wheat beer, and apples, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Welcome to the Fort Bastet. All right, let's place some more slabs. Who can hate jumping spiders? They use water as hats! Seriously, though. For those of you who haven't seen this, by the way, this is a thing. So if you're scared of shitless of spiders, close your eyes for about 5 seconds. Look at this, they're adorable! Like, look, how can you hate a little guy wearing a water driblet as a hat? Like, they pick up water driblets and put it on their head. They're so fucking cute. Look at them. They literally pick up water and put it on their head. Like, I understand why some people are scared of spiders, but they're so cute. They're adorable. They are adorable. Why do they make you angry? Why? To carry water with them. Don't you like to bring a water bottle when you go somewhere on a hot day? That's all they're doing. Spiders do be cute. Yep. How about sea urchins with hats? Yeah, but that's not quite the same level of like jumping spiders with hats, though. When you got the redeem, I believe you. I mean, like I said, it's kind of like winning the lottery right now. It's certainly not easy to acquire. Uh-oh, I don't want them doing that. And then there's like people who've managed to get it twice. And I'm like, holy fuck, you're a wizard. Okay, so what we need to do now is I need to go all the way up this side. You know, I know how I'm going to do this, and it's going to seem kind of suboptimal, but it'll make a little bit of sense in a second. Okay. So what I'm going to do, up to here, up to there, up to there. Okay. This one doesn't need them, so I'm just going to go delete. Okay. This one does. This one doesn't. Does, doesn't. Does, doesn't. Does, doesn't. Does. Why do I keep saying you need this, but then deleting it anyway? Then we'll do the top ones afterwards. What's this for? This is for pumping magma, and I fucked it up halfway through, so I'm paying for my crimes. All right. Yes, pumping magma power. Although we're going to need a lot of actual power to do this. Although I'm starting to think maybe we should use windmills, because I think windmills might be a bit of fun. All right, so I was going to build a drawbridge here, but then didn't. Let's actually finish that. Let's work on the surface, because I think that this is... The surface and the windmills are the most important things that we need to be working on right now. For the surface and the pump stack are the things that we need to be working on right now. I don't pull it, link it. And link this once it's available. So we will wait. Hey, Ghost has been put to rest. That's good. There's power in DF. There's always been power in DF, but yes. There is, in fact, power in DF. That's a lot of blood. It's fine. Mostly Goblin. Truthfully, it's just part of the local decor now. How many kills for my Warlord Dwarves? Some of them quite a few, actually. A lot of blood fertilizer. Yeah, and they only clean up blood that's indoors. So if I build floor there, they will clean it up. But I am actually going to be building flooring around the outside of this. But one thing at a time. I should work on the roofing instead. Didn't actually make it to the end. Important things first, less important things later. What? Oh, maybe they just can't reach that side because the tree's in the way? Stupid tree. You recently picked up Dwarf Fortress and you've dabbled in the old version, but you've been watching a bunch of my vids recently? Well, thank you. Hopefully they've been helpful. So this corner here, we're just going to make out of dolomite whenever I can find it. Oh, actually, I see the problem. This is also not helping. If I go the other way, will you let me build it? It's weird that it's insisting that there's no access to these when there very much is. Thank goodness for this game and its devs. No problem. But remember, like, the people who you should actually be thanking are Zach and Tarn for making it. Like, of course, I can say, you know, thanks for watching and whatnot, but none of this would be here if it wasn't for Zach and Tarn. Oh, it's getting close to lunchtime for me. Yes. The underground river fort succumbed to Werebeast, and Orb Fort was bored. Just nothing was happening, unfortunately. Just let them build this. You meant both parties? Well, means I know what you mean, but I'm just I'm pushing the credit off of me and over to Zach and Tarn because they're the ones that made it. Poutine break. I don't eat poutine at home. That's like strictly pub food. I would be shocked if they did, because it would be very out of character for Zack and Tarn to do that. Grunty. But, you know, weirder things have happened. At the end of the day, this is their baby. So, you know, I would expect them to just keep kind of working on their baby, you know? We're getting spooky music because of the freaky creatures in the basement. Also kind of curious about how my new gardens are faring. It's going to take a little while for them to get fully planted up, but they're working on it. Oh, right. I was also going to put a seed stockpile over here and then completely spaced and super duper didn't. Food, seeds, yes. And no barrels. I think I've got some stranded dwarves in the northeast. Oh, up here? Yeah, I think you're right. Because I chopped down the tree there. That's actually, like, visually difficult to discern. But yeah, I think you are correct. Stupid migrants keep on bringing livestock that I don't know about. And they keep dying. All right, let's pull this lever, do it now. We're gonna get more stuff dumped. Is there a particular reason why we're not dumping stuff? Is everybody just that busy? I think everybody's just that busy, actually. Holy shit, okay. Why no barrels in seed stockpile? So, seeds, when stored in a barrel, are stacked vertically. So the only one you can take out is the one on top, right? Which is fine for meals because dwarves go, I need meal. I go get meal out of barrel, right? Because they're stacked vertically. Bags, they're stacked horizontally. So they can take anything out in any order, but the only thing that you can put in them is either sand or seeds. Also, they're one seed type specific. So instead of a barrel where it's a generic seed barrel with a whole bunch of different seeds where you can only take one off the top, bags are seed specific. So you put one type of seeds into one type of bag and one other type of seeds into another type of bag. So there's no job cancellations when they're trying to take a seed out that's in the middle of the barrel. And they just go, I can't get to it because they're stacked vertically instead of horizontally. That's why no barrels. You can clip that if you want. You learned to go into custom stockpile designation and you didn't even change anything. It will reset your bins, barrels, allowance. Yeah, no, it certainly does. Okay, so you are sleeping and they're both sleeping, but they can get down now. So dwarven barrels are Pez dispensers? I mean, sure. You could say that, yeah. Another baby was born. Dwarven Pez dispenser. Yes. Another little bundle of future depression has been born. All right, let's throw... Although the number of depressed dwarves is going down, and I'm not sure if that's because they're stopping being depressed or if that's because they're dying, but number of depressed dwarves is in fact dropping, which is a good thing. Dehydrated meat stacks have no feelings. Neither do I. So you know what? Something we have in common, I suppose. Going to bed, Stone? Chat, say goodnight to our lovely mod, Stone. Have a good night, friend. Snooze well. Snooze good. I might get some ideas for a new healthcare solution. I think that the behind-the-scenes AI dwarves are probably nicer than ours, but... You got an elf bard death hunter in your tavern? Oh, lovely. I too hunt death. Someone's got to kill death. All right. I'm gonna go stare at this fuck up again. All right, so now I got to go up and cut the middle out of all these double ones. And this should be mostly unfucking this problem. Let's just hope that no dwarves get themselves stuck, yeah? I'm the only streamer that you follow somewhat consistently? Well, thank you, Gabo. Although it can't have been for very long. Fucking... This is confusing even me, chat room. I might just go through and deconstruct all of this. And yeah, I think I'm going to do that. It's easier to queue them out to be deconstructed than trying to do this weird, like, multi-pronged approach. Since DF Steam come out? Yeah. Well, we'll see how many people stick around, and it means a lot that people have been hanging out a lot recently. All right. Got a ban on certain exports. What that? What the ban? We can't export bags. Well, that's fine. Shouldn't be an issue. Yep. No, all the time. And I think I'm going to do it even more frequently in this version. Because in this version, the pause and play button are significantly less obvious. In previous versions, or various other versions, they were... What's the word I'm looking for here? They were much more obvious, in my opinion, because there was a giant thing that would pop up in the corner of the screen that just says paused, and it doesn't do that anymore. I'm assigning my war bears to my war dwarves. Sure. You go to the Mace Lord. What are holdings? So helixes are holdings, and so are captured sites. So as an example, this is a captured site. It's one of my holdings. It doesn't have any workers available. If there are workers available, you can request workers from them. You just abandoned a fort after a horrific fire-breathing one-eyed beast butchered most of your fort when you were mining shinies and adamantine. Yep. Feeling pretty sad, but losing is fun. Well, see, here's the thing, right? How many dwarves survived? If you start a new fort in the same faction, those survivors might show up, right? How do you heal war pets or pets in general? You don't. Pretty sure you just don't. A dwarven veterinary skill is minimal. Where is your fort on the world map? If you hit center on fort, it'll center on your fort, and your fort is the slightly different colored one that'll be in the center of the screen. So we are right here. We are at war with goblins, but there's, fortunately for us, not a lot of them, and all of these factions are allied, including the elves. Although I have to say, I don't expect us to be allied with the elves for too much longer because they did just threaten us. So, such is the way of things. Also, we're in early autumn and I don't have traders yet. There they are. Wagons. Look at that. It's actually my first time seeing wagons in this version. I was like, where oh, it's okay. It's fine. It's autumn. It's freezing. Yeah, they're gonna poke you with a stick, a pointy one, and it's gonna hurt. Will I continue playing DF Classic? Like as in going back to older versions? At this point, unlikely. But maybe for the occasional one-off thing. We need a new patch. I mean, they're working on a new patch, which will hopefully be out sometime this week. Or do you mean DF Classic needs a new patch? Oh, that's neat. I love how they park the wagons next door to it. That's so cool. All right, let's move goods to and from wheel thing. So we're gonna bring wheel barrels. I made all these wheelbarrows specifically for this because they wanted tools. They're probably pretty heavy though. We're also going to search by X. We're going to sell all of the gear that's damaged because I'd rather sell it than get more of it, or make more of it, rather. There's a lot of crappy clothing. This is actually a pretty common source of, like, frame rate issue, is just too much used clothing. Handwear, footwear. It's not worth anything, really, but hey. When do I think Adventure Mode will release on Steam? 6 months to a year. Those yaks look stoned as fuck. Pretty sure most of these dwarves are, at the very least, drunk. They're probably giving alcohol to the yaks. Is there a way to specify a stock file for all artifacts? No, but that's what I personally use. That's what I use pedestals for. Process plants doesn't make clothes out of thread automatically, but looms will make cloth out of thread automatically. You can turn that order off by going into work order or labor next to work orders. Go to standing orders, and I want to say automatically weave all thread. It's that. They get yoinked off of pedestals, out of chests, and everywhere, so put them in a public space where they're obvious, where there's dwarves around all the time. We're also going to request Broker at Depot, who's currently singing. How do you get more fun combat action in your fort? Dig down. Dig deeper. Dig deeper. Dig deeper. Dig deeper. Dig deeper. Or settle with lots of hostile neighbors. Because, like, the threats and things that show up in your fort isn't, like... The game isn't designed to just give you threats because there's threats, right? If you want threats, you have to settle where there are threats, right? It's good to know that barrels are... it's good to know that food is still brutally overpriced in this game. It's always been almost a player exploit over the years. Apparently, they're worth less now. And looking at that value, it seems like they're worth more, so I don't know. How do you... I think there's a way to make artifacts stockpile. Oh, yeah, I guess you could do that. You could do that. They'll still get stolen, though, even if they're in a stockpile. No, if you want combat, settle in an untamed wilds biome if you want to just get attacked by random animals and like things on the surface. But no, I recommend digging deeper. If you want combat, dig deeper or attack people. Because it's very possible to be in a world that's completely at peace, right? Like this world is very peaceful. Like not a lot of factions are at war. Although wars will happen over time. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about combat. This isn't RimWorld. It's not a tower defense game. It's a colony simulator. So if you want to simulate a violent colony, you have to generate a violent world. You have to generate a world with lots of threats. You have to generate world like this one. We generated a world with lots of big monsters, which is why I keep frequently getting forgotten beasts because I cranked the number of beasts up to maximum, right? And I also increased the savagery. Thank you for the YouTube stream uploads you've been keeping you sane during the long night shifts. You know, it's funny because like there's like a very strict divide in my YouTube audience. There are people that are like, "Fuck you! Why do you upload 7-hour VODs?" And then there are people that are like, "Please don't ever stop uploading the 7-hour VODs." And so I probably won't ever stop uploading the 7-hour VODs. Yeah, exactly. Dwarf Fortress is it's a simulator, and it's not a game that's designed to just throw threats at you, right? So if you want it to throw threats at you, you have to build a world so that it will throw threats at you, or settle somewhere where there are threats. And it's very possible to like there was a streamer on the first day, who I will not name, who streamed this game for about 3 hours, said it was boring, said RimWorld was better, and then uninstalled the game and went and played something else. I watched his stream. The world that he generated was a default world. He settled on an island with no threats and didn't dig down. It's like, okay, so you built a surface fort in a wall, in some dirt. You settled on an island where there was no neighboring civs. And it's like, okay, yeah. Cool. Good for you. I know of a couple that it happened to. This was a smaller streamer that did it, but like it's just kind of funny to me. It's like if you want threats, settle somewhere with threats. So basically didn't play the game at all. Anyway, we got another Forgotten Beast. So let's take a look at this. The Forgotten Beast, Gogol Mothro, has come. A huge humanoid composed of charcoal. It has a short tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. All right, well. Wear it. Okay, this one also can't get to me. I think I will just let it do its thing. It'll run around and fight other stuff. But that is... Actually, maybe it get to me. I do need to go into the lower cavern layer and fight. Let's just see where it's pathing to. Because before it, like, jumps my wall somewhere. Like, one tile that I've missed. And now you're sitting here dumping unwanted items one by one. Yeah, that's tedious. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Okay, you are felling a tree. I was gonna say. It's running somewhere. Yeah, it's fine. If suddenly dwarves start dying, we know it got into the fort. Was that a dwarf zombie? Yep, friendly zombie. Was made into a zombie during one of the dragon oopsies. Because we have a tame dragon in my library, which used to have windows in to see it. And then we had to remove the windows. Oh, gosh, are they not unloading? Please don't tell me we have that bug. It'd be a real shame if they didn't unload. I was hoping that one would get fixed, but we'll see. That a wagon? First time you see one? Yeah, you need to have a baron or some form of royalty to actually get wagons now. Before the first trade that didn't happen so far? Oh, true. That might also be the issue. I did already request broker at the depot. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Looks like we are still smelting iron. Some dwarves are just sad. Yeah, not all dwarves are fixable. It's just like real life. Some people just have depression and have to deal with it. And it's the same with dwarves. Some dwarves just have depression and you just have to deal with it. I'm regretting everything with this whole thing. At least this downside is fine. Let's just... Wait, did I break it? No, I didn't. Okay. Mostly safe fat tier reporters to prevent stuff from wrecking them. Yeah, things can topple the wagons, which is pretty bad. No, it's not going to go back down. It's just going up. Why would I want it to go back down? I could just let it fall down if I wanted it to go down. Possible to build a fort with a lot of pet dragons. You'd have to generate a world with a lot of dragons. Dragons are quite rare in game. Like, this is the fourth one I've ever had in a fort. Although part of this is due to a problem with the way dragons work. One, that they spawn quite infrequently. And like at the beginning of World Gen. And two, they take 1,000 years to mature. And because of this, early on in World Gen, what tends to happen is the young dragons, which are quite fragile and weak, just die. So because dragons have kind of this epic like lifespan, they don't generally get strong enough to really be super threatening physically and size-wise. So you could use some custom world gen parameters to crank up that number and have a lot more dragons in your world, and then it's very much possible. Otherwise, it's possible, but extremely unlikely. Oops, nope. Melvlex Lamau. Thank you very much for that description. Cheers. All right. Potentially, the Legends changes in the future with prehistory will make dragons more relevant. Also, with the prehistory stuff, they also want to have randomly generated dragons. Like there's a prototype dragon generator that will have different kinds of fire instead of just fire, right? So in the future, dragons will probably be much more prevalent. I'm excited to see this pump stack working. Me too. I'm just excited to not have to be building it anymore. I was really hoping that there would be like an auto, like I was really hoping I could just like do like click and drag for pump stacks, but unfortunately, my dream was not answered there. It's exactly the same as the previous version. Lady dragons can lay eggs. I've never had a breeding pair of dragons though. Water dragon that pressure washes the side of your fortress? I mean, someone has to. It's like, I'm Aquaman. Although dwarves are pretty weak to water, so I'm sure they would still be dangerous. Wouldn't it be funny, though, actually, if you had a water dragon show up in the middle of, like, the winter, and it shows up and just breathes a wall of water at you and freezes itself in a block of ice? I'm just saying. I know that that's not a thing in the game yet, but my god, that would be funny. Like, oh my god, that would be incredible, actually. I mean, you could mod different dragons into the game, probably. I mean, that Pokemon mod is basically that. But here's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress has always been exceptionally moddable. The thing is, you just had to do a little bit of work to find the mods. The only difference between like before and the Steam Workshop stuff is now just more people are making mods. That's really all it is. The game's always been easy to mod. In fact, I would argue that it was more moddable before because you didn't have to worry about making custom sprites for everything. You just assign a letter of the alphabet to it. It's like, well, what is this? This is an uppercase D. Cool. A blue uppercase D. What are we going to call it? Water dragon. Now you actually have to draw a dragon. Is 130 normal for such a large fortress? This fortress? No. But it goes up and down quite quickly, quite wildly. Currently, it's down. It'll go up. We're working on recovering it. The fortress grew way faster than I was able to contain. And also, like I said, we had problem with a dragon exploding half my fort a couple times a year. So this fortress has been through hard times, and we are in recovery mode now. We almost had a were creature outbreak once. Yes, it's been a time. Bad Bernie. I mean, just wants treats. He's just trying to help, okay? And those elves just look too delicious, I suppose. Pump stacks hurt your soul. Well, maybe one day. I actually really like pump stacks once they're set up. Setting them up, though. Well, I mean, you guys are witnessing this. Usually, if I'm going to do pump stack forts, specifically what I'll do is I'll generate worlds with much higher rainfall so that there's a significantly higher level of erosion. And then I only have to go down like 30 layers instead of like 140, which does make the process of making pump stacks a lot less grumbles. Also, for anybody who's wondering, the reason why Bernie isn't in the military is the exact reason that we were talking about earlier. It's because I don't want my dwarves to run into problems. Where's the outpost liaison? Oh, yeah, it's a goblin, isn't it? Is there a particular reason, Gobby, why out here with no activity? I'm going to remove Templar's jobs. Yeah, we do have a friendly local goblin. Is there a way to remove a track on a ramp that won't also remove the ramp? I've never tried. Can you individually select track pieces? I bet you that would do it. No, you can't. No, I don't think so. Hey, Deep Space. Why would you make your dwarf? Why would your dwarves randomly stop fishing? Why are your dwarves fishing? What's wrong with them? Also, why would they stop fishing? Because fish are a seasonal thing, and they're not available year-round. Actually, you know what? It is going to bother me if these aren't uniform. Fishing outside is basically a death sentence anyway. Yep. Especially in that, like you said, Untamed Wilds. Even in the older versions of the game, if you were in a Haunted or Untamed biome, fishing outside was basically a death sentence. There's actually a mod that makes Killer Carps return, which I think is kind of incredible, actually. It was one of the first mods one of the first, like, game-changing mods that I saw was just like, oh, carps are murderous again. Cool. Which literally just uncaps their potential strength gain. That's all it does. So it's just a matter of time until the carp stands up. Guess I have to open up my tavern to guests again. I'm starting to think that the only way to have the outpost liaison do something now is by having a public space. Yeah, now he's coming into the fort. There's a mod that makes Wagon Fortress, my favorite video game. That's funny. Well, I mean, wagons are technically programmed as animals. That's the only way that they move. It's the only way that they're able to move, actually. It's the proper thing to say. Was satisfied after getting into an argument. What a douche. Is it normal that you got... so it wouldn't be a Forgotten Beast. That would be a were creature. Octopus. A were creature that stopped being a were creature before they made it to your fortress. Okay, so they did embark on... They are embarking on their journey. So we appear to... have encountered an issue where we're not able to do diplomacy. If you don't have a public space, you're not able to do diplomacy. I wonder if that's an intentional new change. What Z level can you find iron ores? Depends on where you embarked. It's also not a guaranteed thing. You're not guaranteed to have iron in a fort. So did you embark somewhere with iron? All right, look in the correct layer based on actual geology, and you'll find it. Also that. It's not iron. It's magnetite, hematite, limonite. And if you have frequent spawning, which is the default, or everywhere actually, not frequent, then it should just be everywhere. Like everywhere. Like literally everywhere. Oh shit. Dwarf is watching a setting. I read that as a sitting demonstration. A setting demonstration. You know what? Actually, I got a much easier way of doing this. I keep on just being like, man, I got an easier way of doing this. Why don't I just do this the easier way? And then they're never actually easier. Let's just fill the whole fucking thing in. Every single layer. Just fill the whole thing in. Quit deconstructing shit. I did this to myself. God. Then we'll just go through and remove the bits that we need. Can't see biome? I don't understand question. The pumps do look awesome, yeah. Really don't want guests in my forts. This is kind of irking me. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's much I can do about that. Oh, yeah, no, I thought you were asking why you can't see it, and I'm like, I don't know, why can't you? I was confused. But yeah, no, when you are embarking, it says what biome and what's available. And there's no way to check that a second time, so embark carefully. You have an alliance with the elves, but the faction, the elf trader, has got a ton of crossbows. Yeah, Master Boyer. Well, I mean, it's a respectable job for a dwarf to have. Also, Porcelet. We have a dwarf redeem. Said what kind of dwarf? Any female dwarf. Any female dwarf. Okay. Do they generate income? Income? Dwarves are communist, my friend. Let's give you a bone doctor. Porcelet. Did you miss trading? We didn't trade because for some reason trading just never happened. I'm a little miffed. You recover slowly. She's gripped by crippling shyness. Also, hey Claiborne, I gotta say that you are still alive. She is gripped by crippling shyness and is a nervous wreck and is conflicted and she is confident under pressure and she is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. She prefers to be alone and has a strong tendency towards privacy. She is conflicted by this as she dislikes this sort of concealment. In the abstract, she often acts with compassion, and she is conflicted by this, since she sees these tendencies as an impotent on the quest for power. She is slow to anger, and she does not tend to hang on to grievances, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding after gaining a sibling. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And she often feels envious of others. She doesn't seek out excitement and does not often feel lustful and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And she exhales sharply when she's angry. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. And I also have to read the Discord word studio. Hold on. She likes tetrahedrite electrum, sardonyx, giant impala leather, giant cave spider silk, and the color midnight blue. Breastplates and mules for their stubbornness, and nightmares for their unfathomably terrifying nature. And the words of the musical lesson and the sound of the play of tresses. When possible, prefers to consume giant white shark, and sunberries, and prickleberry wine, and bilberries, and absolutely hates lizards. And I have to read the Discord word story, so if you give me a second. Tomorrow mayhem will ensue upon the orb's home, although the napalm bumbling sounds auspicious, and we need milk or blood in dangling sacks for... That's mildly distressing. All right. Chat room, I'm starving, so I'm going to pause briefly and mute the game. Give you guys some tunes to listen to, and I'm going to go get me lunch. Because we're 5 hours into the stream. We'll be streaming for at least another 5, I think. You shit yourself. You were playing DF for a long time, and then nothing happens, and all of a sudden, a loud roar and a titan just come. Your first big danger in the game. Well, good luck, Robbie. All right, so chat. I'm gonna go do a real quick lunch break. When I get